The OSP was also requested by Cheney and Bush because they didn't like it up. I have looked it up.
Let him finish his point, then you can go ahead and say it was phony. Let him just finish his point about the Office of Special.
So they contradicted the CIA. They contradicted American intelligence. They had Mossad people going in between all day long. Not only that, but these are all guys. I don't know how people can just pass this off as a coincidence. All these guys that I'm talking about in the government were 10 years prior writing a clean break memo that was literally commissioned by the Prime Minister of Israel. The Prime Minister of Israel said, hey, guys, go write a memo about our foreign policy. And the foreign policy playbook they wrote was this: first Iraq, then Syria, then Iran. Then these guys all get in the Bush White House, and that's, go figure, exactly what they pushed for. On September 20th, 9 days after 9/11, 40 prominent neocons at the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times wrote a letter to George Bush and said, if you don't support a war against Hezbollah, against Iraq, against Syria, then we're going to say you're an ally of the terrorists. You're a cuck in the war on terrorism. Those guys were all Jewish Zionists, by the way. All these neocons, they're the most prominent conservatives. At the same time, that same week, they're drafting plans for war against Iraq. We didn't even know who did it. And when we found out, it was people that trained in Afghanistan, funded by Saudis, connected to Pakistanis. Why are they talking about going to war against Hezbollah, which is in Lebanon? Why are they talking about going to war in Syria? Syria helped us in the war on terror. Why are they talking about going to Iran? It makes no sense. Other than that, this is the fucking playbook that they wrote, commissioned by Netanyahu. It's not crazy. It's not weird. That's just the facts.
All right. So again, every single argument relies on this. There are some Jewish people that said this, therefore that's the plan. There's a reason why you won't answer specifically anything related to the first or even the second Gulf War, and then you restate some of my points, you make them your own, and then you just keep harping this idea that the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. The Office of Special Plans was created because Cheney and Bush wanted to take unvetted intel because they really wanted to go to Iraq and fight a war there, and they didn't like the information they were getting from the CIA or the FBI, which is interesting because if U.S. intelligence is so corrupted, why the fuck would you even need to create the Office of Special Plans? If the Mossad and the Jews and all these people have so much influence throughout every single hierarchy of the United States government, can you tell me why the OSP was even created? Why couldn't they just fake intel from the CIA?
Because their positions were in the DOD. I mean, you're telling me, wait a minute, they didn't have any clout. They just created an office within the Defense Department, the number 2 and 3 in the fucking Pentagon.
Yeah, why did they have, what I'm asking you, I'll repeat the question, because you won't have an answer.
They used what they had.
This is how they used what they had? They literally created a new
Why
office.
didn't they do it in the CIA when they did it in the DOD?
When we talk about conspiracies, they're always all-powerful, but then they're also super cocked at the same time. If these guys have so much influence in government, so powerful, why the fuck would they create a whole separate office? Why wouldn't they just fake shit from the CIA?
Okay, he's saying, okay, I see what he's saying.
Let me summarize real quick for the viewers that don't understand, okay?
Please,
so there probably was no good reason to think that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, okay? And the actual intel in the United States that was doing research at the time was reporting as much to the White House. Chances are
WMDs.
No. However, Bush and Cheney had a separate office created, the Office of Special Plans, and what they did was they took unverified, unvetted intel, and they shot that up right to the White House, and they said, hey, look at this report. Hey, look at this report. Maybe there's something there. But intel is a messy business. There's a lot of verifications we have to do, right? And as a result of some of that unverified bullshit intel, they used that as a pretext for weapons of mass destruction. They went to Iraq. We disposed Saddam Hussein. Probably a really bad way to start that war. But the problem is, and again, this is my biggest issue with these types of all-encompassing conspiracies that run every part of the world, is that they're so fucking powerful. Why would they create a whole cuck separate institution that retards on fucking YouTube and cozy.tv can research? Why wouldn't they have just faked intel through the CIA?
Okay. So you're saying why create this entire other entity?
Like, how suspicious are you? Where it's like, we're going to create the Office of Jewish Plans. I mean, I'm sorry, the Office of Special Plans, not the Jewish one. And then we're going to use that to go. Why not just go through the CIA?
Okay.
This is so.
Okay, that's fine.
Hang on.
I see this question. This question is, why create an entire another branch of U.S. government to create a narrative to go into Iraq when we could have just faked intel from the CIA in the first place? I see what you're going.
That's so funny to me. I mean, because first of all,
He won't answer that, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay, is that interruption going to be clocked?
Well, he's going to answer. He's saying, why create another agency?
He's going to ramble. He's not going to answer.
To come up with information.
There it is again. There it is again. See, they don't want me to talk.
The blue blinker need to chill. Everyone chill. Go.
So let me jump in. I love this argument because first it was like, well, it's really weird and crazy and blah, blah, blah. Then it turns into, well, why would the Zionist Jews that wrote the memo and work in the DOD in the number 2 and 3 positions, why would they create an office to funnel in unvetted intelligence from Mossad instead of doing it in the CIA? I don't know, because they were in the DOD, they were in the Pentagon. I mean, it's like presupposing the whole premise, which is that so let me get this straight. you're conceding that there are Zionist Jews that wrote the clean break memo working in the Pentagon. They were funneling unvetted intelligence given to them, and this is reported by witnesses from the Mossad to, which is Israeli intelligence. You probably don't know that because you're ignorant.
Geostrategic interest in the Middle East.
That.
Israeli intelligence. Thanks for
another interruption. So you're admitting you have Zionist Jews who wrote the memo in the Pentagon and in the State Department, in the DOD. They're funneling unvetted intelligence from foreign intelligence agencies into the government, and that was part of the war in Iraq. Is that all what you're saying? You're admitting that?
Yeah, you restated my whole answer. Let's see if you'll answer my question now. Go ahead.
Well, so then I don't think there's any disagreement. I mean, if he's going to sit there and say that's the well, but he's wrong because he's saying there's they control everything and everyone. No one ever said that. My thesis at the beginning is that you have these Zionist Jews in these positions. They have leveled up. In some cases, they have been helped by foreign intelligence to get there, and they use their influence and power to help the state of Israel, which is basically what you're conceding. I never once said they control everything. Anybody will tell you that there are divisions, the CIA, FBI, NSA, State Department, DOD. There is factionalism within all these groups, and some are more infiltrated than others. So nobody said, well, they control the whole government. If I can prove they only control the DOD, then therefore I win. And we agree. You're right. Zionist Jews in the DOD did give intelligence from the Mossad to Bush to bring us to war in Iraq. We agree.
Why did they need to create a separate office for it?
Because they needed to bypass the CIA.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they have just gone to the White House themselves?
There's rules and regulations they got to follow. That department doesn't have to.
There's rules and regulations for going to war in Iraq by creating a separate office.
This is a mechanism that they did.
Yeah.
Why would they create that then?
I just don't know why you wouldn't just pass it up through the CIA.
That's what they didn't pass it up through the CIA. They passed it up through they created this office special plans.
They created the
reported to the NSC.
Just to be clear,
here's a summary. Basically, what he's saying is that the CIA was not compromised with Zionist interests to the same degree that the DOD was, so they did it through the DOD.
Exactly.
Is that the answer?
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's the answer.
Pretty much.
So the CIA was not, because they're different agencies.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that.
Yeah.
But like the idea that Jewish Zionists have the levers on our financial system, on, I guess, the DOD and the Pentagon, but our intelligence
now we're talking
agencies.
about the financial system.
Okay.
Well, no. These are your words. You're saying that Jews run everything. You can look at me. It's okay. Don't be nervous.
The topic was Iraq.
It was, but you never gave me an answer.
I like how you threw a funny part in to distract from the fact you're losing. Go ahead, look at me. Don't be nervous.
Okay.
You're the one that's
I see you
losing.
staring off into the corner. You're having like a little autism attack.
It's amusing.
Do you have any
I'm just
Adderall for this
amused
guy
that
over
you
here?
said
He's
they
like,
were
he's
in
getting a little bit
Iraq.
worried.
Okay, let me just, besides the insults, let me
I'm just saying that like it's frustrating because it reminds me of arguing with my mom, right? Where she says the elections are rigged. Well, how did Trump win in 2016? Well, enough good people showed up that day. Like,
now
it's always rigged until it's not. I don't know how, if we get so much Israeli intelligence, it's so corrupt. Why couldn't Israelis just passed on fake intelligence through the CIA and gotten us to go to war with Iraq that way?
I think his answer was basically that
his answer was that we can't do it that way. Yeah, we weren't compromised that way.
The CIA to the degree where it can go up, where we can go into war, but we were compromised at the DOD level, so they did it through the chain of the DOD.
Gotcha.
Stephen has a better strategy, though.
Let's say that I buy, which is ridiculous.
I'm just summarizing what Nick said.
I understand. Let's say that I buy all of that, which is already too much, and it's hilarious.
All right.
Why is it that they created their own little Office of Jewish Plans? They got us to go to Iraq. Why the fuck didn't they get us to get rid of Saddam Hussein? Why did we keep him there?
They did.
What do you mean? We kept him there.
We got him in 2003.
Why didn't we get him in the first Gulf War?
The fact is, we got him.
Whoa, shit!
What's funny about that?
Why didn't we get him in the first Gulf War?
We got him.
Did they need a second office?
They needed a 9/11.
Oh, okay.
Boom. So there's no answer. So is
No,
so
he did.
No. Hold on. So
That's amazing. That's amazing.
To be clear, because also, by the way, the best answer, the best reason for why we should have gotten rid of Saddam Hussein after 9/11 was because of the first Gulf War. So if we would have deposed him after Gulf War I, I don't think anybody would have even cared, right?
So,
the
let
motherfucker
me
used
get this
chemical
straight.
warfare against the Kurdish
So the
people
argument
and
is,
invaded
well,
Kuwait,
why
which
did
is
they
to
do
this
it through the
day,
CIA?
which is to this day, like one of the most U.S. loyalist fucking countries on the planet, because we saved them when Saddam Hussein invaded. So my question is, if the Jewish people, I'm laying it all out, okay? The Jewish people have so much influence in the DOD, they create a special office because Israel really wants us to go to war with Iraq to get rid of Saddam Hussein.
Okay.
They managed to do all of that successfully, and they get the most powerful nation in the history of the world to go to war with another nation that doesn't even border Israel to depose Saddam Hussein, but we don't even get rid of Saddam Hussein. What the fuck?
Well, hold
It
on.
doesn't even border Israel. Wow, what a
When
lack
was
of
the Office of
understanding.
Special Operations created again?
I think it was 2003.
So it was created after 9/11. I think that's what he's trying to say. Is like they needed the 9/11. That's why they created the office, and then that allowed them to circumvent CIA
But hang on,
intelligence.
Myra,
Sure, but
let
I'm saying
me
that- but I'm
argue.
saying
Hang
if
on.
for the
This
first
guy-
Gulf War,
this guy can ramble and interrupt.
Bro,
I
you
get
rambled so much.
No.
There it is.
Nick,
good.
Yeah.
All right.
Jesus is king. Go, Nick.
So,
I was just
let me-
summarizing what he was saying.
That's
so.
amazing. And I can argue here.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
it's amazing that the argument started out with crazy, weird. They think Jews run everything to like, well, why didn't the Jews take out Saddam Hussein the first time? Why didn't the Jews do it this way instead of this other way? Will you engage with the fact that these people wrote the clean break memo for a foreign government and then were in the most important national security positions 7 years later? Will you engage with that at all?
Yeah,
Will you address
but
that?
the problem is you haven't established anything other than
No,
the fact that these guys
engage
were
with that.
Jewish.
Tell me what you think about that.
Yeah, they might have been Jewish. They might even like
they
Israel.
were. No, they were.
Sure.
Don't say they might have been. That's a weasel
They were
word.
Jewish. They probably supported the nation of Israel. Okay.
No. They don't. Hang on. Let me tell you the facts.
Nick, I don't care unless you can
Why don't
show
you
me.
care?
Because you have to show me a
Why don't you
connection.
care?
It's not enough to say they're
Let me
Jewish
show
and
you
they
the
support
connection.
Israel.
Destiny, he's getting there. He's getting there.
He's not going to. He has no evidence. But go
He's
for it.
got-
That's amazing.
He's going to talk for a while, but there is nothing.
The clean
There's
break
nothing.
memo is the foundation. Go ahead.
So, because I want you to engage with this. In 1996, it's not like maybe they supported Israel, maybe they're Jewish. Again, with the weasel words. No, they were Jewish. They were Zionists. They didn't probably support Israel. This was commissioned by the state of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu commissioned them to write this. And they write in 1996 a memo that says, in order to secure the realm of Israel, we need Saddam gone. We need Syria destabilized. We need Iran gone. These are guys that then go and work at the highest level positions in the DOD. They create the OSP, which creates the intelligence for the war in Iraq. And that was their plan, actually, to go into Syria. If you look at some of the classified documents, they wanted to go into Syria, but the Iraq war was a big deal. And we wound up supporting rebels in Syria anyway. So will you engage with the fact that that's a pretty clear connection?
It's not.
That's not.
It's not. You have to show that Israel was controlling the United States foreign policy. There was popular support of the United States for the war. There was support in Congress for the war.
Wow.
We got the authorized use of military force. We did the first Gulf War and we did the second one. You don't need Jewish anything to explain any of that.
So a foreign
and naturally, there's a lot of Israel enjoys broad support in the United States by most of its citizens. You don't need to control the media. Okay.
We can talk about the media next. But he is saying the clean break memo. So you're saying that has nothing to do with it.
Sure. Remember, I mean, maybe, but the problem is what he'll do is he'll say 4 Jews were involved.
Amazing.
They might have even been from Israel, which I don't even know. I'd have to go look up every name. Usually when I look these people up, it'll be like they were born in New York to a Jew or something. I don't know about these guys in particular, right? But the issue is you can never show a connection of like this was the plan, this is the evidence. It's always like these guys were Jewish, they supported Israel, they wrote this document, they control the whole United States. Now remember earlier I said they couldn't just do it through the CIA? No, they had to make a separate office. Okay, what about the fact that all the United States supports them? Well, they control all of the media, which would be more impressive, by the way, than actually controlling the CIA.
We'll talk about the media here
sure,
in a second, because that's another topic. I think what Nick is saying...
I understand. I just real quick, there's always this duality of they're kind of cucked and they really don't have any insight or infiltration into our intelligence agencies, but they also control the entire media apparatus of the entire United States. I don't know how they can do one but not the other.
It's two different things, but what Nick is basically saying is that you have people that have Israeli interests at heart that are in high positions of the government that influence foreign policy for the betterment of Israel.
Yeah,
that's all he's saying.
For example, Zelensky, you said duality, his dual citizenship. Is Zelensky a Jew to you?
I don't think about people that way. I don't think about it. I'm not a Jew hunter looking for who's Jewish or who's not.
Let me jump in. Let me summarize my point.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Oh, fucking I was right. Apparently the guy was born in New York, 1941. Richard Norman period. Yeah. Okay, so how many of these guys were even born? Were any of the
Jewish.
The guys that you mentioned.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
I'm just curious, were any of the guys that you mentioned, were they born in Israel?
Point or what?
Can I
just ask something? Sorry. Were any of the guys you mentioned?
They were born in Israel. I said they're Jewish Zionists.
Yeah, he did say that.
Why are you saying, oh my gosh? I said they're Jewish
Zionists. So they're U.S.
Zionists.
citizens. Okay, go ahead.
I said they're Jewish Zionists, Destiny. I didn't say they were born in Israel.
They're American citizens, too.
They're
who have a right
Jewish?
to serve in the military and are DOD, just like any other citizen.
Okay,
International
that's totally it's so
it's
amazing.
interesting that you didn't mention that, though.
Another eruption.
Okay, gotcha.
We're not going to control that. That's okay.
He did call them Zionists, which you can be a Zionist and hold a U.S. citizenship while simultaneously.
When you call someone a Zionist Jew, then taking orders from Netanyahu.
Wow.
I mean, it feels like
that's crazy. There's no Zionist Jews with Americans. Yeah. Fucking Sheldon Adelson had American citizenship. Jonathan Pollard had American citizenship. It didn't mean they weren't loyal to Israel. Talk about literally just, if you're losing the debate, just lie about what the other person was saying. Wait a second, they were born in Israel. Throw my head up and laugh. Nobody fucking said that. I said they were Zionist Jews. I hope people are paying attention. Jeez.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me.
You want to summarize? Go ahead, please.
Let me summarize my point.
Stop laughing, Sniggle.
You stop laughing.
Go ahead.
So let me summarize my point. My point is this, okay? It's not just 4 guys. I said, and this is the whole debate. I said you have guys at the highest level of government. I'm talking about these specific guys because it's so egregious. They get commissioned by a foreign government to write up a strategy for that foreign government, and then they go and implement it in the United States government 10 years later. And people can say, well, but there was support for the war. But the American people supported it. I threw out evidence and said, well, in 1998, all the same Jewish neocons, including all the 4 authors of the memo, including all the people that signed that letter on September 15, 2001, they signed a letter to Clinton in 98 before 9/11, before the WMD stuff, supporting a toppling of Saddam Hussein. In other words, they wanted it before there was a 9/11. They wanted it before there was popular support, before it was in the conversation. 9/11 happens, and within 5 days, it's not just 4, you got 40 prominent Jewish neocons, Washington Post, Weekly Standard, New Republic, Wall Street Journal, New York Times. They all write, and by the way, all Jewish columnists too, Charles Krauthammer's another one. They all sign a letter saying, you got to go to war, not just in Iraq, but against Hezbollah, against Syria, against Iran. What I'm trying to do is paint a picture. I'm not saying that the Jewish lobby is omnipotent. I'm not saying that they control every aspect of government. I'm saying that it's not a coincidence that they're there. It's not innocuous that they're there. That was the original premise of the debate is, are they just people that happen to be there and do things? Or are there people in these positions where it becomes problematic because they have a tribal loyalty, a political, religious loyalty? That was the thesis of the debate. I never said, they control everything and this and that. And I think that's been basically established. But you want to debate like, well, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Without actually engaging with any of the evidence I provided.
I've engaged with everything you've given me.
No.
But you're not providing anything compelling.
Okay.
I don't know why,
Okay.
if for everything you're saying, for instance, so first of all, let's acknowledge you are purporting that these Jewish people are among the most powerful and influential people in all of world history, right? If they're controlling literal foreign policy from the United States of America, which is the strongest empire that has ever existed in U.S. history and in the world history, right? You're asserting that these people are the strongest and most influential people in all of world history.
Current history.
And then you're telling me that for the first Gulf War, they couldn't just get rid of Saddam after he used chemical weapons. You're telling me that they needed 9/11 to go in to Iraq the second time. Why didn't we also go into it? You're saying that Israel wanted to get rid of Syria. They wanted to get rid of the Ayatollah in Iran. Why the fuck didn't we go in? Why didn't we go to those 2 countries next, right after Iraq? We went to Afghanistan, didn't we? We didn't like Pakistan. We went into there to kill Osama bin Laden. Bin Laden. Why didn't we just go right into Iran, right into Syria after Iraq?
Well, and I address that. Again, it doesn't mean that they are omnipotent, but they are pushing for that constantly. They are pushing for war with Iran constantly. They're pushing for war with Syria constantly. And you're ignoring the fact that there is a shadow war going on against Assad in Syria. There has been for over a decade now. And that is supported by Israel. That's supported by the United States. And by the way, it also has John McCain's fingerprints all over. We could get into
Why
him.
not
He's
get rid of
super
Assad
sus.
like we did with Gaddafi if the Jews are so influential?
Because the war was extremely unpopular. Barack Obama gets elected in 2008 on this, we're going to end the war in Iraq. And Barack Obama actually,
Whoa.
hang on.
Oh,
You're interrupting
shit.
me.
Okay.
I'm answering your point. You said,
It's
well,
going to be 10 more minutes of rambling. I'm going to bring you
no,
back
it's
to this,
not.
but go
It's
ahead.
not rambling.
Yeah.
Don't say it's rambling because we're making an argument
It is
here.
rambling.
Okay. The argument is not that they control everything and they're so powerful. It's that they're extremely influential. They have a tribal loyalty. They use their influence to advance it. That's the thesis. So to say that when you say, well, why didn't they just do everything they wanted? Well, because I think that they don't have absolute control of our country. Thank God for that. It doesn't mean that they're not pushing for it. It doesn't mean that they're not achieving that to some extent. And they almost defeated Syria if it wasn't. Well, and I 2008 on this, we're going to end the war in Iraq. And Barack Obama actually,
Whoa.
hang on.
Oh,
You're interrupting
shit.
me.
Okay.
I'm answering your point. You said,
It's
well,
going to be 10 more minutes of rambling. I'm going to bring you
no,
back
it's
to this,
not.
but go ahead.
It's not rambling.
Yeah.
Don't say it's rambling because we're making an argument
It is
here.
rambling.
Okay. The argument is not that they control everything and they're so powerful. It's that they're extremely influential. They have a tribal loyalty. They use their influence to advance it. That's the thesis. So to say that when you say, well, why didn't they just do everything they wanted? Well, because I think that they don't have absolute control of our country. Thank God for that. It doesn't mean that they're not pushing for it. It doesn't mean that they're not achieving that to some extent. And they almost defeated Syria if it wasn't for the fact that Russia came in, if it wasn't for the fact that Trump came in. And actually, Trump ended our support for regime change in Syria. It was one of the first things he did in April 2017. And you know what they did a minute later? Chemical weapons attack. Amazing timing, literally. And I remember because it's when I started my show. In April
Total
20,
goalpost move, by the way. We're in
no,
totally
it's not a
something
total.
different.
Whoa, it's not a total goalpost move.
Mhm.
We're explaining about how these power dynamics work. Trump comes in, and I think it was a Friday or a Saturday. Pompeo, the then Secretary of State, it was Rex Tillerson. Nikki Haley come out and say, we're no longer pursuing regime change against Assad. Meaning, in other words, the United States was pursuing regime change, like you said they weren't. Literally 5 days later, that following Tuesday, boom, chemical weapons attack in Homs. Will the United States respond? The same thing happened in 2013. And this gets back to, hang on. I promise I'm almost finished. And this gets back to the Kurds. When they say, oh, well, they're gassing their own people. They said the same thing about Syria in 2013 with Obama. They said the same thing in 2017 with Syria and Trump.
It's always the random names,
it's not random. It's not random. We're explaining how this stuff works rather than, oh, the Gaddafi was a total freaking asshole and so was Assad. We're saying that there are competing interests here and there are political realities. They couldn't support another ground war in Syria after Iraq, after it was wildly unpopular, after they tried to do nation building. They fought a shadow war there anyway, and they tried to force 2 presidents to go to war. They tried to force Trump into a war. They tried to force Obama into a war in Syria. You're rubbing your face. Did that not happen? Was there no pressure to go into Syria?
Yeah, okay, so firstly, you lied about your thesis. You lied about no. If you want to go point by point, we can do that. But now you just rambled a whole bunch of dumb shit. So
no, but you're rubbing your face like that's not true.
Yeah, because everything you're saying is wrong.
So was there pressure for Obama and Trump to go into Syria with boots on the ground, 100,000 troops?
But we didn't do it, did we?
No, because they don't control everything. But there was
they only control the most powerful nation in the world when they want to, but not when they don't want to.
They did it in 2003, and it became wildly unpopular.
Right now. You said the JQ, and I pointed this out at the beginning of the conversation because I want to make this known, and I'm going to reiterate. You just rephrased the JQ as some Jewish people of Jewish descent in the United States have loyalties to their home country or the home country of their families. That is not the JQ. The JQ does not say people whose parents come from Israel that are in the United States. Yeah, well, because you're dancing about a very weak version of it. Because I agree with your version of it. I agree with your version of the JQ.
Okay, then we agree. Debate over.
We do. People who have Israeli parents probably like Israel. That's not a very compelling conspiracy, though. The real JQ is the idea that Jewish people in the United States government have an undue influence that can supersede or rewrite the will of the American people or other politicians in office to use the United States as a puppet for Israel. That's the JQ. The JQ is not. Can you acknowledge that, or do you think the JQ is just that some Jewish people in the United States like Israel?
Oh, hold on. So
there's like 20 other things.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, because if we're gonna go real JQ, what it was originally put out there by Hitler. What do we do with the Jewish people? They're a problem for society. We need to get rid of them.
And that's what he thinks the JQ is. The JQ is not just Jewish people.
There's 100 other countries.
But you gotta modernize it now. So that was the original JQ. Was like, what do we do with the Jewish people? That's where the Havara Agreement came in.
Well, yeah, but remember, he said Netanyahu wrote the document and then gave orders to the 4 Zionist Jewish people in the United States.
Well, I'm getting there. What we're saying now, he's arguing, right? So the JQ, that's what it originally was. But now it's more modernized now. What the JQ is nowadays is, do American Zionists who have dual allegiance to the United States and Israel, do they push Israeli interests before their own as American citizens, especially in U.S. government? He's saying that they do. They write foreign policy that influences American policy that benefits Israel, which puts the United States in compromising situations. He cited wars, etc., that weren't necessarily always in our best interest. And he's saying that they don't control everything, but they definitely have a very strong say in American foreign policy. That's what he's arguing.
And if there were wars that the United States is running into to its own detriment that it didn't have popular support for, that might be something I would agree with, right? However, Nick himself stated, why didn't we go into Syria? Because there wasn't the popular support. Wait. This is so important, okay? Because it's part of the experience. He said, I asked, why didn't we go into Syria? Because he said that the Jewish people wanted us to get rid of Iran and they wanted us to get rid of Syria. But we didn't do that. Why? Because there wasn't popular support for it. But earlier, when I asked about popular support in the United States, he said the Jews controlled the media. What changed? There's always a reason why at some points the Jews are in control of what they need to be in control of to explain something. They control the media. That's why we went into Iraq. It was manufactured consent. Well, then why did we go into Syria and Iran afterwards? Well, I guess the Jews didn't control the media then. It doesn't make sense. Also, he brings this thing up about how Trump tried to end the war in Syria because ostensibly he's not bought off by the Jews, except Trump himself admittedly loves Israel, loves Jewish people, like every old person in the United States does. And Trump did one of the most unpopular moves worldwide and to Palestinians. He moved the fucking embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, a move that I think was only recognized by like 3 countries in the world because it was so unbelievably unpopular. So I don't know how you're going to sit here and tell me that Trump worked in defiance of Jewish control in the government while also being one of the biggest Israeli simps that the government has ever had.
Yeah, so let's take this piece by piece. First of all, without interruptions this time. So, and not rambling, I'm going to address all your points. So in the first place, I mean, you just got done saying, well, I agree with your version of the JQ. I'm arguing with some other JQ. I'm arguing with something else. If you want to talk about other things, we could get into other things. But I said my thesis at the beginning.
We'll cover the media next. The Jews controlling the media next.
But if you didn't listen, then that's fine.
Go ahead, Nick.
So I said that about the JQ at the beginning, and you're like, well, if you're saying that, And by the way, I love the throwing the head back. It's so adorable.
I
And
love
then the
that
other thing,
de-radicalizing in real time.
and then another interruption.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then the other thing is this. So then you throw out and say, well, wait a second. They brought us to war in Iraq, but they couldn't bring us to war in Syria? Yes, because the little thing called 9/11 happened in 2001. So there was widespread support, not just for a war against Afghanistan or Iraq, for a war on terror. People are calling for a holy war against Islam, a civilizational war. We go to war in Iraq under false pretenses, like we talked about. The people that created the Office of Special Plans, that manufactured the evidence for the war in Iraq, were all Jewish Zionists that wanted a war in Iraq for Israel. And by the way, all the people that pushed the evidence was the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. It was also all the Jewish Zionists in the media, which you never seem to address either. You say, well, they control the media. I told you, 40 of the most influential publications published a letter on September 15th calling for that war. We go into the war on a false pretense, riding popular support that was based on 9/11 and the false pretense. The war is a disaster. There's high casualties. It goes on for a decade. It's wildly unpopular. And you say, oh, so, they control the media and the war machine sometimes, but not all the time. Yeah, they had more play after 9/11. They had more play when they manufactured the first line to Iraq. They didn't have as much play to get us into Syria. It doesn't mean they didn't use the same playbook. They did use the same playbook. They used a fake chemical weapons attack in 2013. They conducted shadow warfare against Syria in the same way, funded the so-called moderate Syrian opposition. They brought back ISIS, all these kinds of things. Just because Obama came in, and Obama was anti-war just like Trump in a certain respect, just because Obama balked and turned it over to Congress and Congress said no, doesn't mean the Jews don't control everything or they don't have influence or something. They exhausted the mandate they had from 9/11, and they also destroyed their credibility with the WMD lie. The same is true in 2017. So just because Iraq happened, 9/11 happened, to say that things are not the same today as they were then does not disprove the point that Jewish people have influence. What's more, and this is the last thing I want to say, because you actually said said something revolutionary. You said that Jewish people have loyalty to Israel, and you said it like, duh, yeah, I fucking agree. But it turns out that's the definition of anti-Semitism. That's what got me in so much trouble from the beginning. I was a normal college conservative, and then I put out a tweet in 2016, and I said, if you have dual loyalty to Israel, right now? I said, if you have dual loyalty to Israel, I said, you're not an American patriot. And Ben Shapiro comes in and says, well, that's the definition of anti-Semitism. And I looked it up, and it is. That's the FBI, that's the State Department, that's the CIA's definition of anti-Semitism. So what you just said, if you say that Jews have more loyalty to Israel, I absolutely agree. That's the basis of the JQ. But earlier you said people do things. There's Asians that are programmers. There's Mexicans that are landscapers. Now you're saying Jews may have some loyalty to Israel. So, you can shift the goalpost, but you change your mind on that over the course of this talk.
Okay. Now, the next topic that we're going to talk about, as you guys know.
Oh, wait, can I just one important thing? Really one important thing.
Okay.
Why did
you do that? Then I'll hit the next topic.
Why did Trump move the embassy to Jerusalem?
Because Shell Nadelson paid him. By moving the embassy is a symbolic gesture.
Do you think
that's the same as a ground war in Syria? Honest question.
Is it the same as a ground war in Syria? No. Although Trump did bomb Syria, didn't Trump bomb Syria?
Yeah,
he did. He bombed the airport, right?
50-Minuteman missiles.
Sure. So he did bomb the airport, and he moved the. So Trump is avowedly pro-Israel. Yeah. Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem, which, by the way, Jerusalem is one of the most important battles right now. Jerusalem is one of the most important battles right now for Israel. Right, is gaining complete access over their literal fucking holy city.
Not really.
No, that doesn't matter. You don't think most Jewish people don't give a fuck about?
Jerusalem, because it's not strategically important. What's strategically important is Lebanon and Iran. Dipshit.
Oh, the two countries that we weren't able to invade as the United States.
The two countries that are pushing us to go to war all the time.
Why didn't we go to war with Lebanon over Iraq? If that's so much more important.
That is the plan. That's the plan.
Wait, why didn't we do that, though? It borders Israel. Why did we go to Lebanon over Iraq?
You want to know why?
Yeah, tell me.
You don't even know the answer.
I don't know. I want you to tell me.
You don't even know the answer because you're ignorant.
I know.
Because the real threat isn't Hezbollah.
Okay.
The threat is that there is a network that connects Hezbollah logistically to Iran through Syria. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the network wouldn't matter if Lebanon wasn't loyal to their interests.
It's not true because you'd just be moving the border north. The reason that Israel wants to take out Syria and Iran, you could look this up, it's because Hezbollah pushed them out, and Hezbollah wouldn't exist without the support of Iran and Syria.
Okay.
You want to talk about geostrategy, that's the problem.
So the Jewish people want to take out Lebanon, Syria, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. They want to take out those countries, and somehow these fucking retards got us go with Iraq? The only country they don't want us to take out? Good one. And they do it twice. They fuck up twice.
You know what's amazing?
2 times. And Gaddafi in Libya. You know where Libya is? You know what continent Libya is on? In fucking Africa. Why the fuck are we going down there?
try to calm down.
Yeah.
First of
What
all,
was it?
here's the amazing part. If you
I'll hit
read
the
the
next
clean
topic
break
here.
memo, the first country they say to take out is Iraq. So
Okay.
that's why.
Okay.
What?
So-
Okay.
all right,
Make
so
sure to
now
write
we're
another
gonna-
country in there.
We're gonna-
Yeah, maybe you didn't know that because you never read it.
We
So.
talked about
Wouldn't
the
expect you to know.
geopolitics. with
Myron,
the
that
war.
was a blitzkrieg.
Yeah,
I gotta
before-
say, best fucking hit follow and subscribe,
Yeah,
nigga.
facts. We got
Yes.
95,000 people watching right
That's
now.
it. Come on,
Because
we need
everyone
more.
else is too scared to talk about this.
We
So-
need about 6 million in that chat.
So yeah, guys,
Oh.
share this with everybody. So now we're gonna get into the next topic here, okay? Kanye West went on Drink Champs and he mentioned that the Jews control the media, they control the banks, etc. Obviously, he got debanked right after.
Right.
Lost his billionaire status in a day, pretty much. Everyone, went crazy on him, saying that he's anti-Semitic or whatever for acknowledging that Jews have a disproportionate amount of influence in banks and media,
Hollywood as well.
and Hollywood, and people didn't like that.
So far, that Holly Pasternak threatened to take away his children and said that I'm going to send you to Zombieland to medicate him.
Okay.
So, and this again was he was a certain group of person, and all of Hollywood they wanted to medicate him and control him.
Yeah, and Kanye West, I will say this: he brought this topic up to light, which is why people have been talking about this, and we're scared to talk. Actually, more likely scared to talk about it because you can get canceled for talking about this shit.
Yeah.
And they can take away your family. That's the threat. Holly Pasternak also was the same person, like speaking in Ellen Page's ear, and now Ellen Page is now Elliot Page. A lot of these Hollywood handlers, they give you this woke ideology instead of making you speak up. If they don't want you to speak about stuff like this, that's why everybody's extremely afraid to talk about it.
So I will say this: I will go ahead and turn it. Nick, do you want to kick this off with the media, Hollywood, etc., or if you want to just keep it direct with the media, so we can stay focused, we can talk about that. Or does
I've
Destiny
got a
want
good
to
way
take
to
it
lead
first?
it off into that if you want to
Yeah,
talk about that.
lead it
Yeah,
off.
please.
Real
Lead it
quick, yeah.
Was that a Roman? I thought I just saw a Roman go up.
I'll show you a Roman.
All right, go.
Let's see more. Let's go fast.
Lead it off. Hey guys, do me a favor. Check all these guys out. All their links are below. Support Nick on cozy.tv/Nick. Support Destiny on YouTube. Support ZHERKA. Support Sneeko.
Twitter.
Rumble.com/Sneeko. And then check out the official John ZHERKA on everything else. So guys, support these guys. Like I said before, everyone else is way too scared to have this conversation. You ain't gonna catch content like this anywhere else.
And chat, after this one, if we don't go live for a week and you compare our content to what the fuck Ethan Klein shit you've been watching, you're gonna be
Ethan Klein.
suicidal. Don't be suicidal, chat. Remember, you support us, we give you more gold like this. And Stephen, I was just gonna ask you, right? I was gonna ask one question. Do you agree that all foreign wars, Democrats and Republicans both agree? Like that's the one time they don't have any friction against each other. Isn't that kind of suspicious? Like especially for Middle Eastern wars around Israel.
Not really. It probably shows that we only go to war when there's strong consensus in the United States about going to war.
Okay. Go ahead and lead it
Yeah,
off
I
with
just
the
thought
media.
it was
Kick
interesting
off
about
with
the
okay?
media.
Yeah.
One thing that's really interesting is if you actually read that clean break memo, Syria is referenced first, like multiple times over Iraq. So you
They
just
talk
totally
about-
fucking
no,
made that
you're
up, which I thought was really
You
funny.
just Googled it on your phone, but you can read it on the show.
Okay, let's not
Wait,
digress, Destiny.
You can read
check
it
it
on
out.
the show.
Okay.
You can go.
You just
All right,
Googled it on his phone. He didn't read the full thing.
All right, take it. Did you want it to kick off with the?
No, you guys want to bring that up, but he totally fucking lied
Kanye
about
said that the Jews control the media in Hollywood. You could go ahead and take. Do you agree? Disagree? Is it in certain components? Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah, well, I mean,
Like a
look,
Mexican.
I mean, the Kanye thing is just basically undisputable. I don't know how anybody could look at that and not see exactly what happened, which is simple cause and effect. He talked about the Jews, and then he got totally financially ruined, reputation destroyed, ruined in the media. And I was there in the war room with him as it was happening in November and December, and it was literally like could not find a fucking lawyer. Like he was being sued by Adidas. It was some civil thing. And I remember him like literally could not find a business lawyer to come and help him. This is a multi-billion dollar deal.
Wow.
So I wanted to hear Destiny start off because I want to hear the rational Reddit explanation for that. You know, what happened with Kanye.
The rational explanation is if you attack Jews, if you attack LGBT people, if you attack minorities, you're probably going to get shit on in the United States.
Really?
That's not true. ZHERKA attacks Muslims, and then he has to.
I fight them on the street.
He gets-
three,
he fights in
three
the
on
street.
one, bitch.
If you attack
And I fucked up
Christianity,
two of them, you
if-
fucking goat fucker.
If you attack Muslims, then you'll have physical altercations.
Isn't he literally permanently banned from Twitch?
Not for that. And
Not
hold
for
on,
that
hold
at
on.
all.
You're
And so are
saying
you.
you're saying
Not
if
for
I
that.
attack Mexicans, JP Morgan is gonna fucking float down from the fucking gates of synagogue of Satan? Are you fucking
If
joking me?
you attack anybody, I don't think anybody will give a fuck because you're John ZHERKA.
Well, hold on. Explain to me this, since Ben Shapiro's little bitch ass is watching, huh? You little Turbo Zio bitch, fucking bitch, fuck you, fuck Media Matters. You're afraid of competition. This kid would have whooped your ass, you fucking boring fuck. But check this out, Ben. How come Ben can shit on my black African nigga community and talk about crime statistics for decades? But when Kanye brings up one Jewish question, JP Morgan and the whole world tries to cancel him. And what's funny is every single argument, when everyone stood up to attack Kanye, everyone's argument, they froze and it got very awkward. Piers Morgan, everyone, they're like, they didn't know what to say. The point that Kanye brought up was never answered.
Right.
They just punished him. What was the answer? What was Piers Morgan's answer? You don't remember because no one answered the fucking Jewish question. That's the point.
Because bringing it up is
Answer the
interesting.
JP Morgan
what
thing.
was
Answer the
Kanye asking?
JP.
What was Kanye asking? What was the question?
If Ben Shapiro can attack black community and nothing happens, why did JP Morgan shut down for Kanye?
What do you mean if Ben Shapiro
He
can
asked
attack the
one
black
Jewish
community?
question
I'm
and
pretty
JP
sure
Morgan shut down $200 million.
Zerka, let him please
Ben
answer.
Shapiro
Sorry,
made
it's my
one
black
tweet.
side. I got low IQ and high testosterone. Sorry, it's a
Ben
word.
Shapiro made one tweet about what was it, like Arabs don't build anything, they just destroy.
Oh, he
in
lost his
response
bank
to-
for that?
And he didn't lose his bank for that, but he's been shut out or attacked for that for fucking
Didn't he-
15 fucking years over that.
his
shit.
career
Like,
broke after that.
Let me just make sure I get this. Basically, what Nick is trying to say is that when other classes of people are criticized, they don't feel they don't experience the same level of debanking, cancellation, and I guess vitriol that you do if you criticize a certain country and a certain group of people. If you criticize blacks, if you criticize Hispanics, if you criticize Christians, white people, whatever,
Yeah,
you
I'm
deal with
asking
almost
you
more
honestly, is
consequences.
there an example of somebody with a 10-figure net worth that has come out and shit on any minority group of people?
Mel
Trump.
Gibson.
Donald Trump.
Mel Gibson.
Mel Gibson?
Yeah, and
the
which
guy whose
community?
entire career got fucking destroyed?
Exactly, but which community destroyed him, idiot?
No, but I'm asking you.
You fought
I'm asking
Jews.
you. Let me listen. Okay, I'm asking you.
Wait, what? You want that one? You want Mel Gibson too? This is like science, bro. This is
let
stupid.
Hold on, wait a
bro.
second.
Let him
Hold
speak,
on. It's
please.
been a
Let him
while. I'm
speak.
sorry. Wasn't Mel Gibson canceled because he literally said the N-word in that phone call to that lady?
No,
he
Hold
said
on. Hold on.
No.
I know you guys
JQ.
are about to, but my understanding, didn't he
guy's an
leak that
idiot.
phone call where he told that he was his mistress or ex-wife
He
or
was
whatever?
talking about Jews
and he
when
was
he was
talking about the
dropping the
N-word,
phone.
or was that just Jewish
Jews
people?
got
So-
mad because he said nigger.
Guys. It's
been a long time. I don't follow every single fucking
Let's
drama
be
thing,
respectful to Destiny's viewpoint. Again, I'm just here moderating. I'm just simplifying it. All Nick is saying, right, and Kanye West said this as well, is that if you criticize other people, you're not going to deal with the same consequences. But if you criticize anyone that's a Zionist, Israel, Jew, anything like that, and say anything about, they're disproportionately represented in certain places despite only representing 2% of the population, they're going to cancel you.
Sure,
That's
and I
all he's
understand,
saying.
but my question is,
I mean,
Go ahead, please.
because
Go
I
ahead.
want to state it.
well, wait, real quick, because you can even Bible this. Are there any other billionaires that are shitting on minorities so that I can compare? Like, for instance, has Jeff Bezos come out and said, like, Mexicans run this shit, I don't like them, blah, 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 and nothing happened to him?
Yeah,
Because my
Trump.
understanding is typically when you're worth that much, you don't usually attack
Well,
any
Go ahead, you can
minorities.
respond.
Yeah,
Nick, go ahead,
Trump,
respond.
Trump said we're going to ban all Muslims from America. He didn't lose Twitter. He didn't lose banking. He got the Republican
He just said he's going to do it again too.
Yeah. So there's one.
And he was
And
forced
then-
to regulate relations with Saudi. Like, they still made him do something for their Jewish friends, Saudi.
Well, and let me say some more on this. So, in the conservative movement, it's well known, you can literally say fucking anything about Muslims. You can go in there. Glenn Beck is he's not worth $1 billion. He's worth $250 million. He can go out there and write a book that says it is about Islam. And in the book, he argues that Islam is an evil religion and they all got to go from America. He's worth $250 million. Robert Spencer, not Richard, but Robert Spencer, he's a Jewish anti-Muslim guy. He could go out there and say similar things. Milo at one point, who's a Jew, could go out and say, I'm going to go and burn the Quran in Sweden during Pride Month or whatever the fuck it was 10 years ago. And he's got bank accounts. He's still got Jewish support. And same thing with Ben Shapiro. Shapiro literally called for a genocide. I'm not sure if you're even aware of that, but he wrote a column and said, transfer is not a dirty word. We need to ethnically cleanse Israel and get the Palestinians out. That
Total
was in a
faggot, by
column.
the way. Ben Shapiro, total faggot. Faggot in the chat for Ben.
And that was in addition. To saying
Free
that
Palestine in the chat.
Arabs
Let's go.
bomb shit and live in open sewage. He never faced any repercussions or penalties. It's, of course, only, and even Leafy. Leafy can go on Twitter and say LGBTQ people are evil and all the stuff. They didn't shout out Leafy. He's been doing a great job. He hasn't lost his Twitter. Elon personally told Ye he cannot come back to Twitter.
Yeah, look who's
Why
banned
the
on
fuck
Twitter.
do you think that is?
Nick's still banned on Twitter.
Do you think that if we
Sweden-
look at so we can explain this with two ways. Either one, I guess because Jewish people are in control of who gets banned from all of these organizations, or two, can you not just look at where broad U.S. support is and realize that companies are probably doing things to keep broadly the United States citizens like in line with their corporations? So if you were to ask, for instance, if you were to poll U.S. citizens, do you broadly support Muslims in the Middle East more, or do you support like Israel and Jewish people more? Everybody over the age of like 40 is literally an Israeli simp, Donald Trump included, as much as he seems to want to avoid that.
Wait, your original argument was you could get in trouble for any minority attack.
There are certain. I think that if you get on Twitter,
this is cheating. What he's doing,
he's formulating his argument.
I think that if you get on Twitter, and I think if you shit on, like right now, I think if you do like LGBT people, I think you're probably going to get a lot of trouble for it. I think that if you shit on,
you won't get banned.
Define trouble. No. We're talking about JP Morgan, bro. Stop saying
JP Morgan. My understanding is Kanye literally shit on the CEO of that company personally.
What? You think that's why he went down?
I think he literally shit on that company personally. Yeah, he shit on the CEO of that company personally.
So how come he can't get one fucking lawyer?
What I'm saying is, I'm saying is, also Kanye West is fucking insane. What I'm saying is literally, he's got fucking manic bipolar because everybody in the fucking world. I don't have manic bipolar.
You take Adderall and you're fucking.
I don't take any Adderall. Go search my apartment to find a single fucking pill. When I'm all on stimulants like you are, stop projecting.
We have to let him formulate his argument. He's giving a response for why people don't deal with the same consequences.
What I'm saying is that, if I'm trying to figure out like where is the repercussion of the American people, I can try to go by Jewish people that sometimes control the media and sometimes don't, or sometimes control the government, or sometimes don't, or sometimes push their interests, but they're not from Israel. Or I could say, what do the American people broadly support? I don't think America right now cares that much about people in the Middle East. So if you come out and you shit on brown people or people from the Middle East or Muslims, I don't think they care that much. Now, if you would have shit on Ukrainians, I think that probably would get you a lot of pushback right now. If you would have shit on Jewish people, for a lot of reasons, that probably would get you a lot of pushback right now. If you would have shit on black people, depending on how you do it, that probably get you a lot of pushback right now. But I don't think that it's just like the Jews.
Can I go?
Go ahead.
The reason why there's so much emotional baggage with that tribe is because of all the Hollywood movies on World War II depicting them as victims, but none about the people Stalin killed or any other dictator, Tojo's fucking Jap face. I'm telling you, you've never actually wondered why every World War II movie is from that point of view, that lens. Literally every Hollywood movie, me and Nick growing up were like, Inglourious Bastards, oh no, this is the only tragedy in history. Nigga, I'm from a war. I'm a refugee, bro.
And you showed it in this debate. You insinuated a couple times that I'm a Nazi, and you said that Nick is a Nazi. That's the most insensitive thing to call somebody. I said that Nick is a Nazi.
You literally started to call me far leftist. You don't even know what communist or socialist means. You said I was a communist.
Who trained you to spellcast to disparage someone with the word Nazi? Who trained that in you?
I don't think anybody at this table.
Which part of the media put that impulse in you?
I don't think anybody at this table is going to dispel the word Nazi.
Do you think a fat Chinese media outlet put that impulse in you to call him a Nazi? Where did you learn that behavior?
By listening to what he says about Jewish people in the United States.
But when you call someone a sexist, communist, faggot, whatever.
Do you think I do that a lot? Do I call people sexist?
Well, no, we get it from the external world. So media trained us. Why did they train you when you're losing an argument to put a mustache on him?
I called him a Nazi once at the beginning of the debate. None of this is about me just calling him a Nazi.
Why is it the most powerful word you can use?
It's not. The most powerful word right now is probably racist. I think, or transphobe. Those are the ones that were more shut up right now.
Do you hear what I'm trying to say or no?
What?
Like that you were trained by media.
You're saying that there's some manufactured consent because Jewish people run all the fucking media in the U.S., blah, 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 blah.
At 8 years old, you watch Inglourious Bastards, Schindler's List and all that.
Do you think there might be a reason why the United States...
kosher bagel boy.
Do you think there might be a reason why the United States is more interested in like what happened on the Western Front than the Eastern Front?
Say it again.
Do you think there might be a reason why the United States is more interested in what happened on the Western Front rather than the Eastern Front?
How is this relevant?
I'm going to kill myself.
All right.
How is that even relevant?
Let's go back
because you asked me, why are so many movies made about World War II from that perspective?
Okay, Destiny.
Yeah.
Can you explain, I guess, the disproportionate...
How about this, Steven?
Zerka, chill, man. You had a chance, bro. You had a chance. I got to keep this shit somewhat controlled and not too wild all over the place.
What, Rumble? Be wild.
Yeah, no, I know that, but... what I'm asking, Destiny, is do you have an explanation for the disproportionate level of punishment for criticizing anyone from Israel or Jewish people versus other races? That's what they're addressing.
My guess is for older people, broadly speaking, everybody old in this country loves Israel. That's just a fact of the matter. Like everybody over 40 is a massive fucking Israeli simp. Younger people have issues with the Palestinian stuff. More far right or far left people might have reasons for other reasons. Right, but broadly speaking, even Nick would, I think, attest to this. That broadly speaking, Israel enjoys wide support from the United States, from Democrats and Republicans alike. So my guess is attacking that group of people is probably going to get you in more heat because you're dealing with people that actually vote, you're dealing with people that actually buy shit, and then you're dealing with people that are like running those companies, not just you people, but everybody that supports Israel. That's probably why it's not a good idea to attack that group of people.
I totally disagree. I mean, first of all, the left has been drifting more pro-Palestine as opposed to pro-Israel. So it's not everybody that loves Israel. And by the way, we're not even really strictly talking about Israel. We're talking about any conversation about Jews or Israel gets totally censored by big tech, gets totally censored and
why can you buy the book on Amazon?
Hang on, I'd let you finish. So let me jump in. You know, it's a fucking debate, dipshit. So I'm going to disagree, obviously. So when it comes to criticism of Jews, or when it comes to criticism of Israel, it's not like this is something that's just happening. There are high pressure groups that exist, like the ADL. When it happened to Kanye, it wasn't like Kanye said that and then collectively everyone got together and said, well, we like Jews more than we like Muslims, so that can't stand. The ADL came out there at the front, like they always are. Anytime anyone says something remotely critical of Jews in Israel, and they wrote a letter to Adidas and said, you better fucking disavow. And the threat was this: if you don't, we're going to run a media campaign and say that Adidas supports Nazis. Don't buy their shoes. They've done this before. They did the same thing to Facebook in 2020.
Did you see the letter by chance? Did you actually see it, what they sent?
Yeah.
Kanye?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Did you see the one by JP Morgan?
It was public. The letter was public.
Because the JP Morgan letter was before.
Hey, let me finish.
He's explaining his stance.
Go ahead.
And then the JP Morgan.
So the point is this: it's not that this censorship stuff just happens. Like, for example, people ask me all the time. There was just a girl over here on Friday. I said, oh, I'm banned from Twitter. She said, oh, but they're reinstating people. Like, I don't know that. I know. And I told her, I said, yeah, I got reinstated for a day. Then I got immediately rebanned. I was one of 5 people on a list by the ADL that they said cannot come back to Twitter. And out of that 5, I'm 1 out of 2. That is, or 1 out of 3 actually, but 1 out of 2 that was not allowed to come back. That talks about Jews. Andrew Tate got to come back. Doesn't talk about Jews.
You did get to come back.
Donald Trump, and then got immediately rebanned. And all of my appeals got shut down.
Why'd you get rebanned?
They didn't tell me.
Because he called himself.
When did you tweet before you got banned?
He was on a space
and he said, saying DEFCON 2.
And he was in a space and he insinuated he was baby Hitler.
So yeah, you got banned because you did the same shit that got you banned initially. You got rebanned again.
I got banned for bullshit the first time. They didn't even tell me what I tweeted because I don't break the rules on Twitter. The ADL said,
why would Twitter
hang on, I'm still not finished. These interruptions get tolerated. Unbelievable.
Answer his questions about why you got banned in this thing.
So the point is,
yeah.
To say that this is just happening because, well, it's unpopular with the American people. First of all, Jews aren't super popular with the American people. I think most people have a little bit of anti-Semitism or a little bit sus of Jewish people. That's first of all. That's what we're always reminded. You want to argue at the same time that there's record high anti-Semitism. Yeah. Also, it's a popular mandate, which is why any talk about Jews gets censored. So it's not some spontaneous coming together based on popular support. It's groups like the ADL, which has a $500 million war chest that goes out there and uses the bully pulpit in the media to smear anybody as an anti-Semite, blow them up in the stock market, use their connections. That's what's been going on forever. So, and you're on your phone. I know you're Googling.
I'm writing down notes. I didn't get a notebook for you, so I'm going to write it down in the little chat box.
Sure.
Yeah, see, I would like to be clear. I want to reiterate again. He will never answer a question again. He hasn't. I don't think he's answered a single fucking question.
That's just ridiculous.
Can you just explain to him why you got banned off Twitter, by the way?
I know why you got banned. I don't know why you're lying about it.
Well, you don't know because
you were in Twitter Spaces. You were in Twitter Spaces.
Hang on. Did you see the email I got from Twitter, which is why I was banned?
Yeah, I'm friends with Elon. He showed me.
Okay, so now you're just being cute. You didn't see it.
Oh, you don't believe I'm friends with Elon? I was on Lex Friedman's show.
Wait, so what did the email say, man? What did the email say, Nick? It said banned for violations of the terms of service.
That's all it said? Are you sure?
That's all it said, yeah.
Oh, well, do you think that going into Twitter Spaces and saying shit like Hitler is base, I love Hitler, do you think that might be a violation of the TOS?
No, because what I said wasn't a violation of the terms of service.
Oh, okay, so just to be clear, it wasn't because you tweeted DEFCON 2. You didn't say that you hid that because you didn't know that I knew that you were in that fucking Twitter space, even though we listened to
your stream. You said it's because of what you tweeted, and I said this is why I tweeted.
Isn't it my turn to ramble?
First of all, you just said
things. Don't I get the ramble?
Right. You said that big people at home can see this guy's fucking
You said that big tech is censoring JQ stuff. Okay, Elon Musk, Twitter is private now. Where's the pressure from the Jews?
They killed all his advertisers. They sponsored an advertiser boycott in December, and they didn't get all of them back. Obviously, that's where you don't even know what you're talking about. They did the same thing on Facebook.
No. Okay. Fuck, that was a major L for me. Fuck, I didn't even think about that. Why are we in Rumble right now talking about this then?
Well, I've yet to be banned from Rumble.
See how they're all powerful that they can shut down Elon Musk, who is a fucking massive billionaire. What, the second or third wealthiest man in the world?
We'll see what happens.
On Twitter, they shut you down. Okay, Elon Musk, Twitter, private company. Rumble, publicly traded.
Amazing.
Holy shit. Rumble, publicly traded.
You're banned from everything. Whoa. Why are you banned from Rumble?
Why is he interrupting me? Because he wants to schizo ramble because his points are fucking retarded.
Your points are retarded. banned from everything other than Rumble. That's the point.
To reiterate,
yeah.
so if the Jews could pressure any fucking company, it's going to be publicly traded companies for a variety of reasons. You get the government involved in everything.
Let him finish his point, guys.
Right?
That was his point.
Then Nick is on a fucking fly list, and you're not as
Not
suspicious.
anymore. He has been on that no-fly list for a while, and he wasn't on that no-fly list for what reason?
Destiny, go ahead and say why he got banned off Twitter, and then make your Rumble connection, and then but y'all were interrupting. 5 seconds.
I want
to make sure
just to
that
be clear, we're doing the thing again where the Jews are so powerful, even in a privately owned company, they individually target Nick Fuentes, the most dangerous man ever, going to get him banned. Okay, but they can't exert that same influence on Rumble. What about on YouTube? Doesn't the ADL go to YouTube? Why are we banned on YouTube?
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead. And I'm done. Go ahead.
Was that good? Okay,
go.
Nick, you want to address
that?
Well,
I think Nico wanted to talk.
One, you're saying that it's because he said that he loves Hitler and all that stuff. Doesn't that kind of prove the point? You were saying that you can criticize all minorities. You could say that you love Mao, you love Stalin, you could say that you love all these historical leaders. But when you say I love Hitler, for example, that is seen as the worst person of all time. That's one that
Hitler probably was the worst person of all time.
Why? See, but that's the program. That's exactly what it is.
He systematically led the murder and extermination of like some 11 to 17 million people.
Stephen, I'm from an ethnic cleansing in 1999. They murdered most of my family. We didn't have a military. Nobody even knows about my fucking war. And I'm not farming sympathy and going to Jewish Hollywood execs saying, make a movie because I'm going to cry for 20 decades. Bro, I'm telling you, you only focus on World War II because you're programmed to. Dude, you'll never talk about Stalin like that.
Wow. Right. Who do you think you're talking to?
And then it also proves the point. If you're saying Hitler's the worst person of all time, but you're looking at all the other leaders that have caused genocide on other minorities, you don't see them as evil people, but Hitler is the most evil one because he genocided the Jewish people.
Bro, you can't say you don't see them as evil people. What is that insane dichotomy? Of course I think they're evil. You know what I'm talking about?
So why is Hitler the worst?
Because they led an unprecedented systematic elimination
on
Jewish people, on Soviet captured people, on the Romani people, on Polish people, on gay people, and
do people criticize him because of all the others? What group did Hitler genocide that people are really afraid about? Why do they say that Hitler's the worst of all time?
The two biggest ones are Jewish people and Soviet people. That's why Russia to this day defines itself.
Does anybody care about the Hitler genocide on Soviets? Nobody talks about that.
That's all of Russia's foreign policy. Why do you think he talk about going to Ukraine?
You're lying. You're lying right now. Because you and I covered Hassan Piker saying Hitler wasn't bad for invading Poland. He was bad for killing Jews, and you covered that, and you changed your position.
Okay. Read the live chat more. Is that your notes? That looks like a live chat.
That's Adam
22. Read in the live chat for more answers.
Adam 22, stop texting.
I want to reply because I never got to reply.
I want him to reply about the Twitter thing. Why did you get banned? He's saying that you got banned for something else. But
why Twitter and not Rumble? I want to hear that.
Hang on. So,
well,
first of all, he said,
Ramble.
There it is. Got to derail because he has no answer.
He didn't start, man. Let him start.
Right? So first of all, you said, well, I know why you got banned on Twitter. And then I said, no, you don't. And then you made a funny, cute joke and said, well, I know Elon do. So no, I was told by Twitter that I was banned for repeated violations of the terms of service, even though I was there for 24 hours. But regardless, either way you cut it, my argument is they banned me because the ADL told them, because the ADL says jump and they say how high. The argument is, well, they banned you because you said you love Hitler. And like Sneeko says, well, that would be an obvious contradiction. It would show that talking about Jews is obviously exceptional. It's not like other things. Leafy didn't get banned from Twitter. Leafy's going on Twitter and saying all gay people are pedophiles. All gay people are terrible. Do not be gay. Gay people are losing. He didn't lose his Twitter, but I make a Twitter and I lose it in 10 minutes. I literally make a burner with a fake phone number, a fake email, a fake profile picture. They know they banned me in 10 minutes. I use a VPN. So you're wrong either way. Now, as far as Rumble goes, this is always the argument. I remember in July 2021, I put out a tweet on 4th of July and I said, happy Independence Day to the gay country that banned me from all social media. And some faggot in the replies goes, well, you're still tweeting. And this is like the same argument. So wait a second, Nick Fuentes, you're banned from TikTok, Reddit, Discord, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. YouTube literally told us before we went live, you can't go live with Nick Fuentes because it would be circumventing a ban. So your argument is, so Nick, you're banned from every social media platform in the world, but you're still on Rumble. Ha! Case closed, point is proven. And it's just like the other thing where it's like, well, Nick, so you're saying the Jews control the DOD and the State Department, but they didn't go through the CIA, point is proven. It's always this like bullshit obfuscation. Obviously, they exert control. The ADL does this. They're belligerent, aggressive berserkers. They did this to Facebook. They did this to Twitter. They go for the advertisers. They go for the public campaign. It's probably why I don't have a deal with Rumble. I don't want to out anybody, but there's people here that probably have deals with Rumble, and there's other people. I think you have a deal with Rumble. I don't get a fucking deal from Rumble. I'm one of their biggest streamers.
Do you think it's because of the ADL?
If I went live exclusively every night on Rumble, I'd be pulling 6,000 or 7,000 viewers on Rumble. I should get a fucking deal. I don't get a deal. They don't talk to me.
Do you think it's because of the ADL?
They said no JQ. So the Kick literally
Do you
told
think Kick
people,
is influenced by the JQ? Or isn't that guy Australian?
They are 100% influenced by the ADL. Yes.
How?
Because they know that they're going to go after these platforms.
Hold on. Kick is all private equity. There's no advertisers. It's all crypto gambling. Where does the ATL influence Kick?
Let's move back to Yang.
Because no. Let me keep going.
I want to hear this one now.
Well, you should ask the CEO, because the CEO of Kick went out there and said no JQ on the platform specifically.
Why?
He didn't give a reason,
Exactly.
but somebody told me.
Whoa. You don't think it's
They
because
said no free speech. The CEO actually went public and said that there's no free speech.
Now
on the
Aiden
platform.
Ross can go on there.
Because free speech
because
is
make
on.
racist jokes.
Because when people make streaming platforms, they don't want, and Aiden Ross has gotten in trouble for a lot of the edgy content he's did outside of the JQ shit as well.
What was the
Never
trouble?
canceled.
What was the trouble?
Never canceled though.
Never
No,
canceled.
you got a 2-hour ban?
Yeah, Google some shit
No,
more.
I'm looking at my notes, okay? So, number one, here's just a quick question. You're not going to answer this. Do you have any proof at all that the ADL told Twitter to ban you?
Yeah.
What?
You can look it up. Look up ADL,
No.
Elon Musk. No, swear
I'm
to
asking,
God.
is there proof that the
no,
ADL...
He's telling you, he's telling
the
you,
audience
Destiny.
can
Let
look
him
it up.
answer.
There's literally, I mean, I could pull it up for you.
Yeah, tell me.
The
Destiny, let him
ADL
answer.
said there's 5 people you can't bring back. David Duke, Alex Jones, Nick Fuentes, Donald Trump, Andrew Tate. I said this earlier. 3 people have not been brought back. David Duke, me, and Alex Jones. Elon Musk said Alex Jones can't come back because of Sandy Hook. Me and David Duke are the only 2 in the list that talk about the Jews.
But you did come back.
And then they rebanned
Why
me.
wouldn't they just keep you banned?
Maybe it was a mistake. I don't know. But they rebanned me in 24 hours. What do you mean? What do you? No, I don't understand.
Okay, I can
don't
lay this out
understand.
so simply.
I didn't break the rules.
Here's
They rebanned me.
here is the appallingly
Amazing.
obvious take.
Right.
Okay, some speech is not corporately popular because all it does is it gets your platform in shit. You
Corporately
lose
popular.
advertisers, you lose popular
That's
support. Having people on the platform saying, I'm going to go to war with Jews, I love Hitler, shit like this, literally doesn't benefit them at all. The same as if somebody got on a Twitter account and just started spam calling people to kill themselves, or was just spamming like fucking, I don't know, videos of people getting killed. I don't know, that's against TOS, right? We don't need a conspiracy to explain literally any of this. I'm sorry. People probably don't want you in Rumble because people don't want Rumble to be seen as just a platform where all the Nazis go. Okay. Elon doesn't want you on Twitter, although he gave you an unban because as soon as you got unbanned, within 24 hours, you were already tweeting crazy shit and then you were back in spaces talking crazy shit. People don't want you on Kick, a company owned completely by private equity with no external advertiser whatsoever. What is tying all of these together? The ADL, which is only spending $500 million, 5 times the XQC deal. You think that's enough for them to keep every single one of these social media platforms under their thumb? What was Elon's individual investment in Twitter? Was it like $33 billion? And you're saying $500 million is enough to keep Facebook, market cap of what, $1 trillion fucking dollars? Facebook, Twitter, private equity held, Kick, private equity held, Rumble, publicly traded. Somehow the ADL is keeping you off of all these platforms. Don't you think it might just be the case that people don't want you because you're radical, you just spew right-wing talking points, and it's bad for the platform?
Yeah, let me answer that. Let me answer
Just to be clear, well,
Okay.
you can after I
Let Destiny finish. Let Destiny finish.
Every single ban you have
Ramble.
can be very easily explained by this is not popular, makes our platform look bad, and we don't want it. And I don't have to invent, like, sometimes the ADL is a lot of pressure, sometimes they keep 5 people banned, but they accidentally unban me, but then they remember to reban me, and they somehow influence publicly traded companies to get rid of me, but not Fresh and Fit that have me on them. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about it. So first of all, you said, could you show me where the ADL? Because I'm sure someone in chat said that didn't happen. It's right here. If they Googled it, October 28th, 2022, 5 things ADL is watching following Elon Musk buying Twitter. Point number 1. In addition to Trump, other high-profile and dangerous individuals may be allowed to return to Twitter. David Duke, Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Andrew Tate, Steve Bannon. These are those are the 5 that they listed.
But Trump got unbanned, and you got
Trump,
unbanned.
hang on. I already said that. I said the 3 that have not been allowed back, me, Alex Jones.
You were allowed back.
Hang on. You don't even let me finish.
Because your
Molly doesn't even say anything. When I interrupt or laugh, I get fucking called out.
Yeah.
When you interrupt, no one gives a fuck.
My bad.
Anyway, that's okay. You're cool. I'm not trying to. I'm just
Wait,
saying.
didn't Andrew take on a bench?
Cheating.
Let him
Let him
finish.
finish.
He did specifically mention Andrew Tate came back. He mentioned that 3 people were not able to come
Well,
back.
Andrew Tate came back because he's a Jew.
So Tate came back, Trump came back,
and now
Nick
it's
came back.
right back to
Andrew's
him.
not Jewish.
And back to Stephen Bonner with the gaffification. So I said the people that were not permitted back are people that, 1, Elon Musk specifically said Alex Jones can't come back because of Sandy Hook. He's got a personal gripe. The other 2 that haven't come back, it's me, it's David Duke. We're the only 2 that talk about Jews. And by the way, you say, oh, well, maybe it's just because they don't want you. Maybe it's just because it's a brand risk. Really? And I go back to once again, you engage with like this part of it and blow it up. It's all sophistry. So let me ask you this, Destiny, with the face in the phone. If Leafy is tweeting every single day for the last 5 or 6 weeks, gay people suck, gay people, fucking pull up his timeline while you're on your phone and look at all the stuff he's tweeting about LGBTQ people. Why don't you look at that? That's not a brand risk, but I am. I went on my stream and said, which you didn't even listen to, I know. I tweeted nothing that was offensive. And on the voice chat, I said, we have to be radical. Alex Jones calls me Little Hitler. We have to lean into that kind of stuff. So now their policy is hate speech says you can't incite hatred or violence against a group, which is not what I did. They banned me in a very short time. They didn't give me a reason. They didn't tell me it was because of the voice chat. They just took me off. So if it's about bad content or something like that, clearly Leafy's content, and I'm not trying to get him banned, but Leafy's content is more against the rules than the stuff that I said. What's more, you didn't address the Kanye West was told personally, you can't come back by Elon. And what did Elon do? Or rather, what did Kanye do? Kanye tweeted the swastika. That's it. He didn't call for the death of anybody. He didn't say anything hateful. He tweeted the swastika and the Star of David.
Swastika,
it's the seal of Solomon. Don't say David.
Right.
That's a lie.
Okay, true. The
Star of Remphan.
Yes.
There you go.
So he tweeted that, and Elon literally told him, when all the reinstatement was happening, no, you can't come back. So there's obviously a common denominator here. All the stuff that you throw out there falls apart when you look at the breadth of the evidence. People get more canceled for talking about the Jews than they do anything else. They do about gay people, about Muslims. Talk about goalpost shift. Initially you said, well, people get canceled for anything. Not Leafy for gay people with a contract on Rumble and still on Twitter. Not all these Jews that bash Muslims. They're still getting contracts and they're still on Facebook. Only the people who talk about Jews in Israel. And I said the ADL is part of that. You always say, well, you say the ADL controls everything. ADL is a part of that. They're part of this berserker army that goes after these guys. And we could get into Facebook. I didn't get to hit that, but we could get into that later.
Yeah. Basically, you're saying the pressure is always there. But can I say one thing?
Yeah, sure, please.
Actually, I don't know how good faith Steven's being because I've watched Steven for years and a lot of people in chat have. Did you know there's one group of people he does not joke about for the last 4 or 5 years? Every other place he goes edgy. I can find a million clips of any minority group, but there is one where it's like, I can't find Steven doing any anti-Semitic comedy. He can go against blacks, Chinese. Like, if you really want to look for clips of Steven mentioning the Jewish community, it's fucking scarce. But he's an edgy guy. Right. He attacks everyone.
You've attacked Islam. You've made a lot of jokes. Even ZHERKA makes jokes about Islam too.
Yeah.
Okay, but why is it not
it's even easier to make fun of a nose?
Because it's like I've challenged people to come on my stream and give me like, what are good Jewish jokes? I don't even know any. Like everybody brings
I remember that stream.
There's a lot of jokes.
I got
every single
What are you talking about? I got
Wow.
Sesame Jewish jokes. I know 30 off my head, but I want to keep my bank account. What are you talking
You're a
about?
Muslim. I'm sure you know all sorts of jokes.
I was just gonna say, that was Ryan Dawson calling me on Telegram. He just wanted to say real quick.
Dude's a homosexual.
It's actually funny.
Shout
He said Nick needs my help here. ZHERKA's useless. But
Who are you, bro? You weren't
said,
even invited, faggot.
This is what he said. He said Elon removed the ADL from the advisory board to trust and safety. Y'all Roth also had to step down. Nick was brought back in this window. Then they had a new Zionist at head of trust and safety and then banned him again. Also, I got banned on all those same things even before Nick without saying any racist things at all.
Martin, he
there
literally
were others brought back and rebanned in that same window as Nick. So what he's saying is that they have people from ADL at the advisory board to trust and safety.
Are we just forgetting that he literally called Nick an anti-Semite recently?
Who?
This fucking faggot.
Well, Nick probably is an anti-Semite. Does he not say as much?
No, we're not going to read his shit.
What
He
is
didn't call him
somebody who opposes the
anti-Semite.
existence
No,
of
you know what
Israel?
he did? He said,
he's racist.
he said, I have no problem with Jews, but Nick is an anti-Semite. Who the fuck? Stop trying to grow your bum-ass platform, faggot.
All right. Either way. The point is,
Jesus is king. Fuck that.
Let me make this very clear. Hold on. Ryan Dawson and Nick are enemies, and he still said this to basically say, hey, look, Twitter does have some ADL influence, is what he's saying.
And also, in Nick's defense as well. So you are harping on the fact that he's on Rumble still, but to be honest with you, like speaking plainly in plain sight of the podcast itself, he may be in danger. You never know. So you're not staying behind the scenes either way.
I don't think he's in danger.
You never know. You never know.
I think if people wanted to get him, I think he would have been gotten by now.
Hey, I know this might be anecdotal.
But wait, real quick.
What are the chances the only streamer who ever mentions Israel from a straight white male, and that's not an attack on straight white male, it's an attack on Christianity. What are the chances the only streamer in internet history to just critique Israel is on a fucking no-fly list, banned from PayPal, every fucking platform?
Wait, why did
what are the
no-fly
chances
list?
Nick has this problem? If Nick was talking about the Great Wall of China, would he have this problem?
Okay, so all I'm trying to point out is that, like, if we look at how companies act and how they respond to consumer pressure, it's pretty obvious to explain every single banning that we're talking about. If we try to use this ADL lens, it is the most, like, unspecific, random, schizo fucking unbanning and rebanning ever, right?
Okay. Wow.
Nick pointed out that the ADL said 5 people needed to stay banned, okay? And what, 3 of them got unbanned.
Okay.
Where's the power? That doesn't make any sense.
Which already went over.
Yeah,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
But again, I got a great question for you. All 5 of you just ran for like 5 minutes.
Once you finish, I got a question.
So it's again, and I'll point it again because I'm going to reiterate this all through the night because it's going to keep coming up over and over again. They're all powerful. They have all the influence. They control all of these multi-trillion-dollar market capitalization companies. But when they go to make these huge statements, the ADL says these are the 5 people that need to stay banned. For some reason, like 2 of them are the only ones to stay banned, or even 1 of them, and then 1 gets rebanned.
Do they critique Israel? Those ones that got unbanned?
Elon Musk critiques Israel. Elon Musk really shit on.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You can go on Twitter right now.
You're putting Elon with Nick?
You can go on Twitter right now and find Elon Musk shitting on George Soros and saying he's like a fucking, like a...
Is that the same thing as talking about foreign policy and foreign
Soros
aid?
is like the #1 fucking Jewish conspiracy accused guy in the fucking United States. Okay?
Wow. That's billionaire beef. That's not
so
Israel.
Elon should bring Nick back.
That's amazing.
I'm just saying that when you try to use... If you try to use... If you try to... Okay. Interesting.
That's so
if you try to use this ADL lens, it doesn't explain anything. Why are some people? The answer for why Leafy is largely untouched is very obvious because nobody knows who the fuck he is or gives a fuck about
He's
who he is.
getting incredible impressions talking about that LGBTQ. More than your Islamophobic jokes.
Sneeko brings up, and I hate Islam. Thank you for reminding me. More than what Sneeko brings up. More than what Sneeko's correct that Leafy is getting big in some areas, and that's why recently he has gotten pressured. Because as soon as Leafy started doing incredible unpopular shit, now he's tweeting out that he's getting pressured by Rumble to chill his shit out. And I don't think it was because he was talking about Jews. I think it's because his content is extremely fucking edgy. Because newsflash, most people don't want that type of I love Hitler content on any of their fucking platforms because it's a bad look for literally fucking everybody.
Okay, so let me ask you because I really wanted to ask you. So Kanye West, people are still buying the Yeezys. People are still listening to the music.
Right here.
Right there, yeah. Okay. Adidas lost, I don't know, $250 million or something like this because they had to remove Ye. So if you say that it's in response to consumer demands rather than the demands of the ADL, it's pretty clear. The consumers are still buying the Yeezys, but the ADL wanted them gone. So which one did Adidas listen to, the consumers or the ADL?
Well, Adidas is still selling Yeezys, aren't they?
No, they're not.
Didn't they buy the trademark to Yeezys?
No, they're not. They're done selling Yeezys. They fired Kanye. They're not selling them anymore. They have a bunch left over, and we're going to have to destroy them. So they said, we're going to sell them, but donate a portion to the ADL, but they're not going to sell them.
K.O.
So they're selling out of their stock. But regardless, chances are, because of Kanye West being the literally most unpopular fucking figure in the fucking world right now.
I don't think that's
not
true.
right
that's
now,
not true at
but
all.
when he started going on the anti-Jewish shit, yeah, it's not surprising that companies want to separate from that.
I don't think that's true. If you look at the comments on any of his interviews,
Overwhelming support.
people are agreeing with him. Where do you get the ideas?
We're looking at the comments on the YouTube videos.
Yeah, maybe in mainstream news he looks unpopular. If you ask the people, they are overwhelmingly supporting him.
Don't ask the dude with the nipple piercing, the anchor. I forget his name. Help me, the fucking weirdo. The nipple piercing CNN.
Yeah,
A24 in the chat.
Yeah.
Total
Did you say?
Okay, and then also hold on again. Wait, real quick. Yeah, because Nick is just lying. Adidas will sell Yeezy shoes after all, May 12th, 2023.
Yeah, they're selling the stock that they had before and donating the proceeds to the ADL.
Sure. Oh, never mind. Okay. He's right.
He did say that, Destiny.
Okay.
He did say that.
Doesn't even know what he's talking. This is the smart guy, by the way. He's a debater. Oh my gosh! But by Googling the entire debate,
what a
miserable performance.
This is so unfair to give Stephen a med kit. He's fucking getting knifed up by Nick the Knife and the Knickers.
I want to make a statement.
Jesus Christ.
So
there's a combo of this.
Destiny is right, though, because on these platforms, it is their platform. So, truthfully speaking, if you endanger their advertisers or their money, they're going to want you out. So that is true, though, Destiny. There's some chats here as well.
Give him an HP potion. Let's go.
I want to give Sneeko.
It would be it's not in any platform's best interest to have Nick Fuentes on your platform. When you start talking about Israel and the JQ, they don't want you on. The advertisers don't like you. You're a threat. People don't want to invest in your company. It's bad for the PR. They don't want you on. Like, it's not good. But
Stephen, your position is that Nick was edgy. That's why he got nuked.
But
it's fucking retarded position.
And you're not the edgy guy tweeting like cube jokes about
and
Islam.
I've gotten banned off of platforms too. Make a Jew joke. Can you make a Jew joke?
Make a Jew joke.
Hey, text Adam 22.
Okay, so Destiny, let's do a test. If you're so secure about the JQ topic, right? Yeah. How we do a whole stream about it and expose it like how
can I do a Jew joke
on Twitch?
Yeah, of course.
Just kidding, you're on Twitch.
Banned on Twitch. Yeah.
Can I do a Jew joke that's pretty heavy? I've done it before, but never live.
Or is it? Yeah, I want to hear it.
Okay, it's just a joke, right? Just a joke. I don't even.
Are you sure it's a joke?
I don't know. I'm gonna regret this one, but I hate Hitler. Actually, I'm not gonna do this. I never. Okay. You know where I'm going. It's so bad. Because
Destiny made a really bold claim that we kind of glossed over. He said, "I hate Islam." Why don't you hate Judaism?
Yeah, good question.
You can ask chat too.
No, I'm good. Do you even know anything about Judaism?
No. Why do you not hate Judaism?
I
hate all organized religion. I'm an atheist.
So do you hate Judaism?
Sure, yeah.
You hate Judaism?
Probably, yeah.
Let's fucking go!
So I don't hate Judaism.
I don't even hate Jews. I'm just here to get famous and rich. Twitter.com/ZHERKA official.
I don't hate Judaism.
Is that Leafy? Is that Leafy?
It is Leafy.
Oh shit! Destiny tried getting me banned off Rumble, and Twitter threw that dude out the window, bro. He lost the debate. Nick W.
Oh shit!
Just as a heads up, I've never tried to get Leafy banned from anything.
We're only reading 100 and up.
Leafy tried to mischaracterize. He tried to say that I spent 4 hours on the phone with people from fucking Rebel to get a ban. None of those conversations ever happened.
Yo, chat. Listen to Myron. He got a surprise for you. Myron, what do you have for this chat? Because they think we're peaking. We're just getting started. Yeah, and Super Saiyan 1 is, what's up, nigga? I can take it further. I can go further beyond, nigga. Let's go. What is it, man? Give it to them. What are we doing today? And fuck Andrew Tate's bald ass head. Come fight me. No. Come on. No. Shit, there's something wrong platform. I love you. Go ahead.
No.
There's a Gentile in this bitch.
Hey.
We got girls. We got
Jewish
women coming here for after hours, but we need 100,000 follows to start it.
Look, man, Andrew's the homie, man.
Yeah,
I know you have your beef with Andrew, bro, but it's like, come on, man.
We wouldn't diss you, bro.
Yeah, we wouldn't diss you.
Come on, bro.
And if someone I was talking about Andrew Tate, I wasn't talking about. You know who I was talking about? I was talking about
this nigga, bro.
Yeah, I was talking about a different Andrew.
And we would do the same thing. If someone came out like fuck ZHERKA, we'd be like, oh, well, that's our homie.
Well, here's why I'm angry.
That's our homie.
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a tweet involving my boy.
We would do the same thing if someone said some shit about you.
It's a tweet involving.
Do you want to address the Twitter stuff that happened?
What is that?
Do you want to address that?
I don't want to do it on their platform. They're my boys, bro.
Okay.
Is that fair to do? No, that's not fair.
Okay. I mean, it's a discussion.
HXCTX.
What's Twitter discussion?
Well, there was Tristan and Andrew.
No, we're not doing it here.
Okay.
HXCTX. Come on,
97K viewers, wholly pulling them tape numbers. Yeah. No, I mean, we're already addressing JQ.
No,
JQ. We're already been answering.
No, but that's stupid. Tristan and
just roll it. Just go. Keep going. Just come on.
Okay. W fucking stream. We can't have this goated panel and not tackle the flat Earth debate. ZHERKA and Sneeko versus Nick and Destiny.
No, later, bro.
ZHERKA Unleashed. Let's fucking go. Jesus, King of all kings.
Let's go.
We should ask the girls what they think too as well.
And wait, Martin.
Marley thinks she goes. This stream will go down in YouTube history, Rumble history. I will say this. No one else has talked. We're the biggest platform that's talk about the JQ. No one else will do it. Yeah. I'm waiting for Rogan to do it. He ain't gonna do it.
Rogan's hinted at it.
Huh?
Rogan's hinted at it. He won't
do it though.
He hinted at the atrocities in Israel. He's the closest mainstream platform to actually question it. Like,
yikes, Cope. This is the greatest. Toe Rogan has talked about. You're saying Toe Rogan has sounded like Nick ever in his life.
Once Joe Rogan checks the early life Wikipedia on Peter Hotez, I think he's going to go down the red.
Alex Jones had the best position. He's like, it's not the Jews. It's the Jews being tricked by the Jews.
My thing is here's my thing.
Alex, we love you.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm a fan of Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan. He inspired a lot of things that I do. But I wish that they went and had these tough talks about American foreign policy when it comes to the betterment of Israel at the detriment of the United States. I wish they had these discussions.
He got attacked by the ADL. After he was talking about and how you can't talk about the Jews, but you could talk about the Italian mafia. They said that he was
icons, bro.
No, Joe Rogan has hinted about it.
He hasn't had a full conversation.
Not a full conversation, but closer than Tucker.
If
Matt
anything,
Walsh.
what they'll do is they'll bring someone on and they'll challenge them. Like Lex Friedman brought Kanye on to challenge him about that, but he didn't. You know, for obvious
Joe Rogan
reasons.
didn't push back like
Lex
you're
is a
supposed to, like
cop.
everybody else.
But can we admit this topic right here will get you fucked up?
Whoa. Why?
That's why people talk about it.
Hey, Steven, why is there so many viewers for this
Yeah,
topic?
we got almost 100,000.
Because they want to hear about it. We're breaking over to
I
window.
want to know why we can't talk about like a black people or another group. Why is this topic so fucking viral? I want to
100K
know
on Rumble
Because
is
why.
you've got,
wild.
bro,
Why?
Because you've got Fresh and Fit,
So-
you've got Nick Fuentes, ZHERKA, Sneeko, and
You're
Jessica.
saying
We can literally talk
100,000
about
people
anything.
are paranoid. You're saying 100,000 people are paranoid about Israel. You say, what are you saying, bro? You're saying they're all crazy?
I'm saying that people probably watch us talk about
Are
anything.
they all conspiracy theorists?
Probably.
It wouldn't,
100
it wouldn't be 100K if we were talking about
Yeah.
Mexicans or we were talking about Muslims. It'd be 40 or 30.
Maybe
People
if it was
really wanna hear this.
Latinas, a Latina's fat ass
Yeah.
could get some views.
So
Okay,
yeah, definitely by far, everyone else is scared to touch this topic. And here's the thing:
I'm never touching it again. I'm
Nick
getting
made
rich.
Nick made a lot of very solid points. I know this you might disagree or whatever, but he made a lot of actual very valid points about American foreign policy being compromised for the betterment of a foreign nation, which is not what we should be doing. You know what I mean? Okay, let's.
This is like a taboo topic anyway.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
Of course.
I want to say, Myron, and I don't like you, Steven, but I got to say, because the truth defends itself, and Nick, I know he doesn't even have to prepare to win.
Glaze.
You did phenomenally well coping.
Shut the fuck up.
No one could cope.
Glaze it,
Didn't he do good coping?
Also,
No,
what do you
I
mean
thought he
didn't
did a bad
prepare
job.
it well? He does this shit on
Who
the show every
you
fucking
think
night.
Hassan
Holy
Piker
shit.
could do that? Hassan Piker's a fucking retard. He could never do what Steven just did.
No, because I think he's just ignorant. Like I think he has no foreign policy
So
knowledge.
which influencer would beat Steven defending that position? That's
Probably an
impossible?
actual Jew, like Ben Shapiro would probably prefer better.
No, he hasn't even talked to
They're
you.
trained in the Talmud.
But
They're
you're
trained
saying-
in the Zohar.
Hold on, hold on. You're saying
This guy.
if Ben Shapiro was better than Desi, a bigger brain, he'd be here, but he's terrified of you.
Yeah, that's why we got to make that one happen.
And I think here's the thing: everyone here at the table has different takes on this. My thing is, and I agree with Nick on this. People might get mad at me. I genuinely do agree that if you are a Zionist, you cannot be an American patriot because having dual allegiance doesn't make sense. You have to pick one country, and if you are a Zionist and care about Israeli interests, a lot of the times it does not coincide with American interests. So that's what it is. But you will get labeled a certain thing for saying that, and it is what it is. But
For me, it's crazy because for me, it's like as a comedian, it's like I want to say some jokes. I really want to make a Jew joke and stuff. But dude, we're sitting here pretending Kanye's children weren't taken from him for a fucking question. His mouth moved sonically. He got his fucking kids taken. And you want to sit here and say he's fucking crazy and manic? What if it's your kids, bro? You don't give a fuck. What did
he
you
raised
do?
He raised a controversial question. My thing is, again, this is my take on it. Jews aren't bad people. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that there's an issue with Zionists that are in power that unduly influence American foreign policy that puts the United States in a compromising situation while simultaneously putting Israel in a leverage and power position to wage wars without any risk to Israel. That's my issue.
And Destiny admitted in this debate, he
I
said
don't
that
have an issue with Jews. I have an issue with Zionists that have power.
I can nuke it right here.
Sure.
Dude, I have never, ever met a Jew behind closed doors. We're not live. That didn't say, yeah, we run shit. We run banking. They admit it. Are they conspiracy theorists too? Even Jews admit it.
Okay, question for the panel. This topic right here. Does knowing it help you in your day-to-day life?
No.
Be honest.
that's the Tate.
So then
motivation thing.
why
Why
is it
talk
so
about it?
big? And why do we
Because
talk about
Jesus
it?
is king and they're trying to reject their Messiah. Christ is
okay.
king.
Well,
it's a holy war.
It is important to think about, especially when you do business with people, because if you do business with people that believe, and if you look at the Talmud, you could see certain examples where they think that it's okay to lie to other groups, that if you're goy, that you're not one of us. They have a certain allegiance with each other, and that's just part of their book. The Talmud means teaching. If you look at actually the Torah, it says that Jews are the chosen people. So if they carry that belief, if to their core of their religious text, they believe that they're chosen, and things like interest on loans and the way they do banking, which is completely haram in Islam, that's going to affect the way you do business with people and how you navigate the world.
What?
So if you don't know this stuff like that and you go blindly and you go in with good faith thinking that everybody is going to be completely on the same page as you, you can get manipulated. So it's important to know
Doesn't
these
every
things.
religious group think they're the chosen people?
Yes, they do.
That's not true.
No,
That's
but
not
that's
true
not
at
true.
all.
Christians don't think they're the chosen people.
No.
Muslims
Here's
don't
why.
think
And here's
that.
why. And here's why. Because Christianity is a universal religion. In order to become a Christian, you need to be
Bloodline.
baptized.
Jews are bloodline.
And in order to be a Muslim, you say the Shahada. Is
That's
that how
it.
you say it?
You say your
And
Shahada.
You practice the 5. It's fasting, almsgiving, those kinds of things.
Yep.
Judaism is only ethnic, and they'll say
convert to
That's
Judaism.
literally not true.
they'll
That is
say
literally
you
more.
can't,
Your
but
mom
you
needs to be a
You're
Jew.
wrong about
You're
that.
wrong. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Guys, let Nick, because he started, let him talk about it, and then we can.
It's
let
called
Destiny.
birthright.
Yeah, so Judaism, they say that it's not universal, it's exclusive. And they describe, I mean, there are so-called converts. No real Orthodox Jews regard converts as
Orthodox
real
Jews aren't the only Jews.
I know that. But
How
they're
many
considered
converts
an
are
ethnic-
billionaires? How many converts are billionaires?
That's a good point. But also,
Zero.
And regardless, the point is that it's exclusive, not universal. So they view, if you look at the Talmud, it says this. It says that non-Jews are beasts. They're beasts in the shape of men. And they say that beasts aren't fit to serve us, the real people. So God made beasts that are shaped like men. This is not, by the way, some crackpot. This is the head rabbi for the Sephardic Jews in Israel. Said this in 2010, that the Jews the Goyim work for us.
Who bows to him?
Netanyahu, yeah.
He bows to this fucking old fuck.
So
Every
we're gonna
religious
witch
group of
totally
people
different.
think that they are the chosen
That's
people.
absolutely
That's
not true.
why
No,
you
no, hold on,
that's
wait,
why
it's
you
not
are a
true.
religious
Hold
people.
on.
And also,
Nope.
the idea that you can't convert to Judaism and it's only ethnic is just a lie.
You
But
can't
hold on,
intermarry.
you're wrong
You
about
cannot
that.
intermarry within Judaism. That's
No.
that's forbidden in their book. They think that it's bad to
Wait,
marry
you're
people
telling me a
of the
Jewish
wrong
person and a
religion.
non-Jewish person can't marry each other?
They're not
No,
supposed to.
You're just wrong.
In Islam,
You're just
that's
wrong.
not
Okay.
true. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't think you can go to Israel? You just said
You're
it
not
by the mom.
supposed to.
Wait, you just said it by the mom's side. Why would they even have that rule if it was always mother and father were both Jewish?
Your mother
You're
is
contradicting
supposed-
yourself
it is
because you
illegal.
literally can marry into it, and you
If
can
you-
convert it
no,
other ways as well.
no.
You're
That's
absolutely
that's-
right.
It's
wrong.
forbidden.
Okay.
You're
Steven,
wrong.
let's
Just
say-
fact check it in your chat
Guys,
like you're
guys.
doing the
I
rest of
have
the
Jewish
debate.
friends who go to Israel. I know
Ask
exactly
your
what
chat.
this is.
Okay, chat. Okay, guys. Let me finish my point.
Yeah. I
You
want.
cannot-
That's what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry.
How many
Yeah,
converts
let's
go
go.
birthright? Good.
Jews believe they're the chosen people. They do not want other people. They're an ethno-religion. They're ethnically a group of people. That's why there's so many atheist Jews. You don't even need to believe in God, and you're still going to be a Jew forever.
Ethnic Jew doesn't even make sense. There's like 5 different ethnicities
I
that are
agree.
Jewish.
I
No.
agree.
I'm saying that even what you're saying, there are different ethnicities that are Jewish. There's not just the Jewish ethnicity.
Well, they all come
What is
from the
it?
tribe
Steven,
of Israel like, over time.
Steven, what is an Ashkenazi?
It's one of the ethnicities of Jewish people.
It goes
But there's
back-
like
it
four,
goes
I think there's
back
like 4 others
hundreds
as
of
well.
years.
Hold on, wait.
You're
Do you think every
derailing, though.
Jewish person is
Oh my
Ashkenazi?
gosh.
You know what's funny?
No, answer that.
No,
answer that.
you win,
I
you
want
win.
to hear
You
the
can
answer
have
to
it. You
that.
win.
I want to hear that
No,
answer.
you know what
Is
you're
every
saying?
Jewish person
Why
is
what you're
that the
saying is
only type of Jewish
irrelevant
person?
and a waste
No,
of
tell me.
Oh
Do you think
my
every Jewish person is an Ashkenazi Jew?
No, only the winners.
Okay,
Hold
that's
on.
what I thought. That's what I
Okay, you're
thought.
getting, well,
Let's
hold
go
on.
ahead,
You're
Cinco,
getting
yeah.
past the point.
Finish
There's
your point.
many.
No, the point was you make shit
No,
up.
you absolutely fell apart with that.
No, you
I
don't.
did fall apart.
You said there is
Jewish
Jewish
ethnicity.
ethnicity.
There's no
Guys,
Jewish
guys,
ethnicity.
hold on, hold on,
Actually,
hold on, hold on.
Jewish ethnicity.
Guys, can't make this a dog pile. Sneeko, finish your point, and then we'll let.
Ask your
Destiny
chat to
still
show you the
gets it.
link where it says that Jews cannot intermarry because it's true, right? In Islam, you can marry other people of the book. We believe that other people of the book can go. You don't even have to be a Muslim to go to heaven.
Wait, is that why that's why you
Hold on.
guys
Yeah, let him
marry-
finish, Circa.
But that's why they marry
Let
dogs?
Circa stop.
Okay,
Let him
okay.
finish, man.
or camels.
As long as you are a good person in Islam, you could still make it to Jannah. You could still go to heaven as long as you have good intentions in your heart. It has nothing to do with your ethnicity. It has nothing to do with the allegiance. So as long as you're a good person. That's why I believe in Islam. That's why Christianity is very similar, but Judaism is
In
not
Christianity, you go to hell if you don't believe in God.
right. But there's a lot
Anyone
of
can
similarities.
believe in God.
Well, how is that a similarity? That's why somebody
Anybody can become a Christian. Not anybody can become a
that's
Jew.
not- you're wrong.
Even if you convert and you go through the 7-year process, they will never accept you as
Hold
a
on,
Jew.
You're called the chosen
Wait.
people.
It's
So
that
hold on.
That's the
To
core.
Destiny's point, he is saying every religion has its people that say, you know what? We're chosen because we have the right religion.
But you know, it's not people fresh. Ours, a Filipino can be a Catholic. What's
Wait,
up, nigga?
Wait. And then Jews are born into their chosen right. I'm just saying
Right.
every religion is on paper right in their own eyes.
But Judaism,
let me jump in.
Judaism is
Here's
not
why it's
based in
different.
faith. It's based on ethnicity.
Exactly. That's why it's different.
That's the
because
only
even
religion, yeah.
even
I
if
agree.
you ask, no, let me jump in here because this is important.
You
This
should have
is-
actual Jewish people here to explain.
This is what makes them. This is what makes them different. They will regard they call them non-religious or non-practicing Jews. They still regard them as Jews. You could talk to any Orthodox Jew. They regard a Jew that doesn't practice the law. You know, they don't strap on the tefillin. They don't do the
They
prayers.
fuck the
They don't
wall.
do that shit. They still call them Jews. And, you know, it's actually true that Jews are leading the charge in terms of atheism, yet they still call themselves Jews. What other
Zuckerberg.
religion is like this? No one would say I'm ethnically Christian. No one would say I'm ethnically Muslim. You might say you're Arabic. The difference is that one is a universal creed. you can accept through faith. The other says that we are human beings and everyone else is animals. And you can look in the Talmud, it sure says that non-Jews are animals. You can't marry them. It's akin to bestiality. They say that the issue of a Gentile is like that of a horse. That means that our semen is like a horse's semen. It says that. It's also, last thing I'll say, it's the only religion that hates Jesus Christ. Every other religion, Islam says that Jesus is a prophet. Buddhists and Hindu, they're a little ambivalent about it. Christians obviously worship Jesus. Judaism's the only religion that hates Jesus. And these are like the most famous rabbis. Maimonides, who's one of the most famous and influential rabbis from Spain, said that he wishes all Gentiles would die. He said that Jews should not rescue Gentiles if they're in peril, if their life is in danger.
Fuck that nigga.
It's in the Talmud. Israel Shayhak has a book
there's
about
extremists on both sides, right, Nick? You can concede that.
No, but that's their holy book. That's the Talmud. That'd be like if the Bible said this.
And you got to remember, Christians are telling Jews. Christians are telling Jews convert to Christ. You can be saved.
Okay, first of all,
they're not doing it.
Pretty sure Judaism regards Jesus as one of the prophets. Yes.
No, that's Islam.
No, fuck. That's Islam.
You don't know what
wait. Hold on. Number two. You literally never opened a Quran in your life. I don't know why you're even talking about religion. Okay.
Number two. Have you said you hate religion? Yeah.
Do you have a favorite verse yet?
It's right here, the background of my phone. You said you hate religion that you don't even know anything about.
Okay. Number two. Literally 40% of Jewish women outmarry in the United States. Why? How is that even possible if it's illegal according to their religion?
Because they're atheists.
Can I answer?
Wait. So is Judaism? Are they considered then like real Jews or not?
Well,
they
did say that they're people.
Wait. So they're considered real Jews even if they're not practicing, and then they can outmarry. Are those other people considered Jewish?
If they don't practice the law.
Okay, so if you have a Jewish woman that marries a non-Jewish man, and then they have a child, does that child have birthright in Israel?
The child's considered a Jew. Yes.
Okay, if you have a Jewish man and he marries a non-Jewish woman, does that child get birthright to Israel?
A Jewish man, non-Jewish woman? I don't think
they
so.
do.
No.
Like you could literally have any connection whatsoever to Jewish lineage,
you're wrong about
and they will let you. But Israel will give birthright to fucking anybody.
Either way, but it says birthright.
Not either way. But I'm just saying this idea that Judaism is this hyper exclusionary fucking religion is not true. You can convert.
Do I
everybody
consider to Israel?
Okay, if it's not,
you probably not. But it has more to do with what you say in Twitter space. So let's see what your
wait. But if I went and said I believe in Judaism, I believe it's true, would I have a birthright to Israel? No,
if you
blood.
Yeah.
If I said Judaism is true, I'm Jewish, I would not have a birthright to Israel.
If the mom converted to Judaism and had a child, that child would have birthright with no ethnic ties.
I don't think that's true.
It is true.
I don't think that is true. According to what? Your chat?
No, according to friends I have in Israel.
Friends.
Well, my friends.
Okay,
that's true.
We gotta move on.
And really bad chats. And you
here's
said
the other thing too, because I know that. Look, I just want to say this.
I have a question.
Hold on.
I have nine questions.
I want to say this real quick. Nobody here on the panel hates Jewish people. We're having a very tough discussion on Zionism, influence in American policy, foreign policy, etc.
Yeah.
No one here has an issue with Jewish
that's not true. Destiny said he hates Judaism.
Hold on.
Judaism is not Jewish people. Do you understand the difference?
And we're also at 100K live viewers right now. So shout out to guys in the chat.
You guys got okay, I share the same position as Nick. Buddhist, Muslim, Jew, we don't give a fuck. Christ is king. You have to convert.
Yep. Christ is king. Okay, cool. Some more chats here, and then we'll get to the other show.
Okay. Raw House goes, Tucker Carlson had much higher ratings than Joe Reed, yet advertisers fled Carlson
and not Reed.
Yeah, and not Reed. Is there advertiser bias against the right? Why does Reed get a pass but not Carlson? I don't know what that. I don't understand.
Rabbi,
August 18, 2008, the day Nick turned 10 years old. The only film exposing them boys behind 9/11 dropped. 9/11 Missing Links, produced by Converse and ProThink, who red pilled the youth on the JQ since 06.
These guys are in deep.
I think actually it was Ryan Dawson, but that's fine because Ryan Dawson was the real person that started that shit. Destiny, you are like every liberal who is analytical to a fault. Curious to hear your take on the assault rifle ban. Everyone else used Fresh and Fit at lastshotas.com.
No, bro, we don't know you, bro.
What the fuck? Fabard Muja 203 goes, it's Nick Nuclear, for God's sake. Let's go. This low vibration Smurf, it's not even in the same realm. Okay.
Nick the Nuke.
You wanted something you want to say, ZHERKA, before?
I was just going to say, Stephen, you said it's not an exclusive group in any way, right?
Well, obviously, it's exclusive to people that are Jewish.
Is the interest rate they charge exclusive?
Bruh.
I'm pretty sure they don't give interest rates in the United States based on your religion.
So if you're a birthright Jew, you don't have better opportunities in jobs? Like
in Israel, you might. I don't know. It's not their country.
You're telling me you see bloodline Jews that are janitors, nigga? You know, the Jews who can't think, they just go to Hollywood and become comedians.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where can they find you?
Real quick. Yeah, because we got the girls here. We're going to start the show with the lovely ladies here in a bit.
By the way, we don't hate Jews, but damn, do I feel sad when I meet a Jew who's not intelligent. I go, you know, that's like, how the fuck did that happen, nigga?
Like I said before, we're having
meeting a black guy who can't ball fresh.
We're having a conversation that everyone else is scared to have, especially when it comes to American foreign policy, Israel, and the Middle East.
I'm gonna take a piss.
No one else wants to talk. Go ahead. Yeah. I'll turn it real quick to Nick and Destiny. I see that you guys disagreed on a bunch of things to include, the media, American foreign policy with, concerning Zionism and Israel. Destiny, I'll let you take it first.
Are
we getting kosher pussy right now? Or are we doing that?
Just go use the bathroom, bro. Damn.
Are we summarizing our final thoughts on everything?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just like you can explain the what goes on in the world can be explained through so many simple things. It could be advertiser pressure. It could be foreign relations with other countries. Like you could look at like reported history as it's recorded, and it generally makes sense.
Okay.
When you start getting to this idea of like the Jews control everything in the United States, but not everything, just some parts of the government, but also all of the media. Sometimes they can manufacture enough consent for some wars, but not all of them. And when we do go to wars, sometimes we target the targets the Jews want us to target, but not the right ones. And sometimes it takes us 2 wars to do. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's a smorgasbord of random fucking claims and random things. The reality is you can find any ethnic group in the United States that will make claims about any countries. If you follow enough of these claims, you could probably manufacture. I've seen pictures where people show how many Irish presidents or how many Irish people were in positions of power and wars that we went at. Like, you could do this with any group of people. The reality is this predictive framework does not give you an actual analysis of the world at all. That's why when Nick brings up the ADL said 5 people had to say banned, and that's why I'm banned, even though I got unbanned and 2 or 3 of the other people are unbanned too. But right, it just doesn't make any sense. It falls apart at the seams when you actually take a critical lens and you're not just rattling off like 5 or 10 random wars that, upon greater scrutiny, like Gaddafi in Libya, like why we didn't go into Iran, like why we didn't go into Syria, like why we went into Afghanistan, none of it actually holds up to scrutiny when you actually analyze the actual situation. So when we look at the documents even that Nick cites, you don't see that they were, as he reported, Iraq wasn't the first one listed on the clear break memo. It was fucking Syria that we didn't actually go in and put boots on the ground with, because we couldn't manufacture consent for that one, but we could for every other one. It's just the reason why, and even broader, the reason why people don't debate this is because there's nothing to debate. There are no strong claims ever, and that's always the issue when it comes to conspiracy theories. What is the strong claim? When I started out, I said the JQ, and apparently I'm the only one here that even knows the fuck the JQ is. The JQ is saying,
Just
no,
use
Myron
Jewish
got
question.
it. The JQ is saying that there is a group of people in the United States that have an allegiance to Israel, that are most likely Jewish Zionists, that are leveraging undue influence in the government to work in a way that is to the detriment of U.S. foreign and domestic policy. That's what the JQ is. At the end of our foreign policy debate, Nick backed this up to, well, the JQ is there are some people in the United States that are of Israeli descent and they might like Israel more than the United States, which is okay. I don't even know if that's controversial. That's the JQ. Probably like 80% of people would sign up for it. So that's my point.
Yeah, well, that's just so amazing.
Yeah,
what an amazing retelling of that debate.
Before you make your final statements, if you said that it's all these wild claims, do you admit that the amount of Jewish influence is disproportionate to their small population in the United States?
I don't admit that. That's a fact. Yes.
Okay. My closing statement is, I mean, you could go back and watch it, and really anybody could just pay attention, watch how the ADL moves, watch who gets canceled, who doesn't, learn what people are deathly afraid to say. Kanye West said a lot of controversial stuff. It wasn't until he talked about Jews that he had these ramifications. You can compare me to any other conservative, and no matter how politically incorrect they are, they remain more platform because there's one topic that they, at pain of deplatforming and total ostracism, will not address. It's not rocket science. It's not weird. It's not random. It's not crazy. It's just pattern recognition. They're disproportionately represented in everything. You go to these, I think it's a website called jewishcontributions.com. They're represented in finance, in academia, in government, and it's always to the benefit of Israel, always using their influence against this conversation. It's not that there's no conversation to have. Of course there is. They wouldn't be censoring it if there wasn't. We can analyze all the double standards. You can look into the evidence for yourself. It speaks for itself. You would actually need to just stuff your fucking ears and say, la, 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 like, nothing ever happens. Like, religion matters. Nationality matters. Ethnicity matters. These patterns matter. They're not coincidences. There are no coincidences. We cannot just believe everything they say in the media about war, wealth, allegiances, race. The reason that content like this is actually doing so well, 100,000 viewers on a dissonant platform where many of us are banned on YouTube or constantly at pain of possibly being banned, is because they do not want these subjects to be discussed. That's why all of this is happening. You couldn't explain it any other way other than mass delusion or something. So that's my closing statement. Pay attention. Not random, no coincidences, just pattern recognition. The closing thought, and ultimately, if you are an atheist like Destiny is, you believe that this group, the Jews, are just one group among others. And Dawson, to some extent, too, that's why he calls me an anti-Semite. If you are an atheist, you don't believe in God, then these Jews who have been around for thousands and thousands of years as a minority without a country that wield this influence, it's arbitrary. It could just be anybody else. I find that impossible without a biblical religious explanation. It's a religious war. These people hate Jesus. They have occupied the vessel of Christianity, which was Europe, and they are set against Catholicism. That's their number one enemy. That's why it matters in our lives. That's why it matters to talk about. It does affect everybody. If we want people to be saved, we want a good, virtuous society, it's got to be Christians running it, not people that hate Christians, which are Jews.
Okay.
Respect, man.
Yeah, hey, again, freedom of speech is important.
Respect.
You know what I mean?
And
you don't
it's
have to
not
agree with
hidden.
all of it, you got to respect his ability to say it.
AIPAC put out an article, I think 2 days ago, saying that 98%, and this is an Israel lobby, the biggest lobby in America, saying that 98% of the candidates that they endorse won their elections. It's not hidden at all. They're making public articles about it. They're bragging about it.
And
Do you have some, ZHERKA?
yeah, just mine's gonna be it's not gonna be funny. So what you guys got to remember is, like, I get this DM. Nick gets it the most. It's like, what about money? Aren't you guys afraid that you guys can make so much money if you don't talk about this? Dude, since the 80s, the sexual revolution, purchasing power skyrocketed and everyone got rich. But anxiety and depression shot up so much, we're killing ourselves. Money is not the answer. Money is one eye. They're fucking satanic religion. You got to remember, guys, Christ is king. That's it. The money is nothing.
Do you have anything, Sneeko?
I mean,
I thought it was a good discussion.
It was a great discussion, and it was actually a lot of
Opposing
internal
viewpoints.
monologue to even come here. One, I was sick. I was in Vegas, and I called Nick yesterday. I'm like, there's a lot of pressure for me not to be here. There's a lot of pressure for me to not associate with you. Ever since I first talked to you last year, we started doing those panels. People made all these jokes, like, as I hosted a lot of debates with Nick and Destiny, saying it was like the devil and angel on each shoulder trying to bring me who's going to win the battle for Sneeko's soul. But that's the motto of my stream, and everything I do is seek truth through funny. And I think if you follow funny, you find the truth. And that's exactly how I found Nick. That's exactly how I found out who controls the world and what's going on. And I think that if you look with an open mind and if you actually analyze, you're going to find the same answer.
And since Freemasons and the Treasury, Federal Reserve is filled with, the J's that Stephen doesn't believe, when Freemasons say signs and symbols rule the world, really ask yourself, during the sexual revolution, the peace sign, what is that sign? It's the cross upside down, snapped in half and inverted. They took us away from the church and we're killing ourselves, depressed, with high anxiety. You can't even enjoy a Ferrari with anxiety and depression. You gotta know what the fuck you're fighting, bro. You really think it's like, oh, it's just Christianity just lost because it's the digital age. Nobody gives a fuck about this faggot iPhone, bro.
You have something fresh?
So this was a great discussion.
It was.
We covered a lot, and awesome points of views from both parties, Destiny and Nick, Sneeko, and ZHERKA. I want to say this, though. Ultimately,
I won.
In your daily life, right, what matters is you being successful for your family, yourself, and at the same time have knowledge of this, I want to say, JQ business can help in some instances, but really and truly, does it change your life? That's up to you to decide for yourself.
If you
I think it's important for the people to know who runs certain institutions. I think you need to know so that you can aware yourself and behave and move in a certain way that's not going to fuck you up. But I think this is a discussion that needs to be had. You know what I mean? This is something that no one else wants to talk about. Everyone is scared to talk about this, especially when it comes to American foreign policy and support for Israel, putting us in compromising situations and putting us in places we might not need to be in. But I like both perspectives. Do I agree with everything that Nick says? No, but I agree with a lot of it. Yes. And same with Destiny. Do I agree with a lot and disagree with a lot? Yeah. But I think at the end of the day, you need to be able to have these tough discussions.
And one thing, let me close it, please.
This guy, man.
Jesus died for you. You owe him, nigga.
Okay.
Thank you, ZHERKA.
Christ is king. Okay.
Jimmy G, this is the last, one or two here? Three?
Three.
Okay. The red pill is the ability to think and have uncomfortable conversations without scrutiny. Shout out to FNF for providing this type of content. Shout out to Destiny for showing up to a losing battle. Nick Cookin. Okay. Wolfgang 3DD. Destiny does How does the issues we have with unemployment relate to immigration? Nick, how do you feel about Mexican immigration? That'll probably come up on our next thing. And then last one, top only goes, is it a coincidence that the Talmud has 8 genders and the LGBTQ is pushed heavy by the establishment, which is, of course, run by the Zionists? Nick and Sneeko, could you shed some light here? Sneeko addressed it earlier.
Destiny's part of the LGBTQ community, and Tel Aviv boasts itself. All the tourism websites boast that Tel Aviv is one of the openly gayest cities in the world. It's a place for gay tourism, and they have the biggest Pride months in the world. So,
how does that work, though? I thought, weren't they really strictly adhering to their religious texts?
Yes, they are, because in the Babylonian ancient Talmud and their oral law, nigga, hold up, bro. I hate mixed race people because they're always.
You've been interrupting the entire show.
No, but check this out. You said, is it religious? In the Talmud, there's 6 different genders. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
This is an ancient.
You're telling me that for Orthodox Jewish people, that they're not cool with we wouldn't call it interracial marriage. I don't know, with marrying people that are Gentiles and Jews, but they are cool with gay shit.
There's a lot of stuff they're cool with in the Talmud.
I love the pivot on that. Okay.
They're okay with abortion too.
It's selectively. It's like they are they super follow every single text of the religion so much they lie to people, they rig interest, etc.
Who said that?
But on the gay shit, they push the LGBT stuff even in Israel.
Stephen, it really depends if they see you as their tribe or Gentile.
Okay.
They do switch it up.
Well, I thought it was all ethnic, so I got confused.
And I will
it
say
is an ethnic answer. What the fuck?
When there's like photos of the Nazis burning books, it's books on homosexuality and transgenderism. That what's the guy's name?
Magnus Hirschfeld. Matt Walsh is a liar about that. He tried to insinuate that the Nazis created transgenderism. It was a Jewish man, Magnus Hirschfeld, started the World Sex Reform, who started all these crazy theories. The books that the Nazis burned were these books.
Yeah, Matt Walsh
completely lied about it. The leading figure talking about how trans is destroying children. Be honest about who created it. Why would you lie about that? Who told you? Who got?
He's at the Daily Wire. He's at the Daily Wire.
Matt got the call.
So to be clear, the only books that Nazis burn are ones about LGBT stuff?
No, they burned a lot of books, but that was one of the books, and they don't talk about that. The misconception is that the Nazis were burning all these books about education. It was about sex reform education. Yeah, they don't tell you that.
Yeah, that's something that is
Matt Walsh doesn't tell you
pictures that when they show Nazis burning books, they say, oh, they're burning, Jewish biblical Jewish text, whatever. What they're really burning is a lot of times books on homosexuality and transgenderism is what they were burning.
Or one of the biggest ones that's going to sound silly until you digest it. You can have an Avatar blue movie high budget and make a lot of money, but if you gave James Cameron Revelations with a 7-headed dragon with that kind of CGI, they are not allowed to release scripture-based movies, because if one little boring scripture can turn millions into Christians, that movie will convert the world. Hollywood is not allowed. Think about it. You really think the greatest stories ever told are not in Hollywood main big screen?
Oh, that'll never be.
Well, there's one called Left Behind. It's not.
Is it high budget? I've never heard of it. That got Left Behind, nigga.
But there's one you can watch called Left Behind.
I'm glad that you brought that up because that's an L on Matt Walsh. Like, dude, you got to know who started.
But he does know. He's lying on purpose.
Yeah, he wrote an article.
You 100%. Yes. If you look at the tweet, you see how he says like Magnus Hirschfeld, a German, and in the first sentence he's talking about a Nazi. He's trying to equate Nazi with German. They kicked him out of Germany. They renounced his citizenship. Yeah. Magnus Hirschfeld was expelled from Germany. Yeah. But he's explicitly doing that to try to get the leftists on their side, to suck up the Daily Wire. Matt Walsh, I really liked your documentary, but you're a liar and you know it.
Well, and he also wrote an article. A few people know about this. 10 years ago, Matt Walsh, if you go to, his Twitter is Matt Walsh Blog. If you go to his website, which is mattwalshblog.com, I think that's where it comes from. He wrote a blog post 10 years ago about, I think it was Chuck Hagel or one of the cabinet members of the Obama administration who was getting criticized for being an anti-Semite because he had said some of the things we say, like that Israel isn't our capital, it's not the 51st state. Matt Walsh wrote an article 10 years ago defending that guy, saying, are we really going to pretend there isn't a Jewish lobby in America? Of course there is. The capital of America is D.C., not Tel Aviv. And this is a guy who now works for Ben Shapiro. He'll never say that shit again, but that was the price. He's like one of the #1 conservative influencers. That's why now he has to say Magnus Hirschfeld's a German. But so if that doesn't tell you, he knows 10 years ago he said the same stuff that we say. Then he became one of the richest, most famous guys with Ben Shapiro.
You look at the history of any political operative or politician who's ever said Israel has a stranglehold on the American lobby. Just look into their history of what happened in their career after. There's not one dude who came out of that alive.
Yeah.
Like I'm saying, like
it's
John F. Kennedy.
It's career suicide. It's career suicide, bro.
Oh yeah.
John F. Kennedy, RFK. I mean, we're gonna talk about that with Ryan Dawson, but yeah, I mean, okay, it is what it is, guys. I mean, like, I think you guys were presented a bunch of facts. Research it yourself, man. You don't have to believe everything that was said on this podcast and this debate. Research it for yourself, and you come to your own conclusion. I think that's the important thing. We're presenting ideas. You do your research, and then you independently come to your own conclusion. Shout out to Destiny and Nick for having this this debate. It was a great discourse.
Yes. Nobody's saying the Jews have unlimited power. We're saying the influence is so strong, it's affecting the way we have family units. They displace all the Muslims and bring them into white countries to attack the cross. We're saying the influence is strong. We're not saying what Destiny makes it out to be, where they're just like wizards and they control every fucking corner of their flat earth.
And then also, I want to make this also very clear. Nobody here on the panel hates Jewish people at all.
Actually, bring a lie detector.
People say that about Nick, but it's not true.
Not with me, though. Not with me.
I genuinely love everybody.
It's no hate. And it's important.
Jews,
Win, lose, draw, agree, disagree. It's important that we're able to have these discussions, because it's our country. And I think regardless, we all have to support America being put first. Like, this country's being destroyed. We want America to be supported. We're patriots. We're nationalists. No hate. It's all love for the country, love for each other.
And then, you know where the comedy lies is like, I'm the flagship leaving the real right movement behind Nick, but I'm a fucking Canadian. I need to get the citizenship if I'm gonna fucking die for this country, bro.
Your country is focus on your country.
I got dual loyalty to Canada and US.
Okay. All right, guys, we're gonna be back with some girls, man. We'll catch you guys back here. Chris, call it
midnight.
Hey, Jezebel.
Right. Maybe even sooner.
Hopefully.
But yeah, we'll be back with some lovely ladies, guys, and the panel. It's probably going to be Rumble only because we got Sneeko and Nick here.
Rumble
so
only.
Just stay tuned to the space. We're probably going to start it on YouTube, man. Rumble only. We'll catch you guys. Peace.
I ran so far.